Hello, it is Saturday. Not currently streaming, yeah. The uptime command, for whatever reason, has like a several minute delay. Hey, what's up, Yoav? It is Saturday, June 1st, 2019, and I promised the EU folks that I would jump into coding earlier in the stream as opposed to my normal babbling nonsense for the beginning of the stream, so we're gonna try and jump into stuff real quickly here. But I did have a couple of things that I wanted to mention that happened between yesterday when I streamed and today. Oh, I should post on Twitter about yesterday's stream. Oh well, I'll do that later. The one big thing is pytest 4.6 got released, which is a regression, so I have to look at this. But 4.6 is the last feature release that will support Python 2 and Python 3.4. And it also contains the large feature that I've been spending a bunch of time on to improve startup performance of pytest by 20 to 30 odd percent. So that finally shipped, which is pretty exciting. But now we get to do all of our like Python 2 cleanup stuff. Twitch seems very confused about my stream. It tells me that there are 0 people, though I see you guys in chat, so clearly Twitch is having some trouble today. But yeah, the first thing, before I jump into anything, I want to kind of look at this regression and figure out what's wrong with it. Should be real quick, and then we'll jump into pyupgrade, which is what I want to work on for most of this stream. But this person reported an hour ago, which was right after I released, that 4.6 was skipping some tests that he didn't expect to be skipped. I did a little bit of look into it, and this was the pattern of the tests that were being skipped. Usage of itertools.product to make a parameterize. And just to show you, oh, I deleted the test. Great. Copy this. And demonstrate that test is broken in 4.6. which is what I have checked out. So if we run pytest against that, we get this empty parameter set warning thing. t.py and not t.p. Oh, I pressed tab and it didn't tab complete, so I knew it wasn't there, but pressed enter anyways. But yeah, you're right, t.py. You know my naming scheme. Check out 4.5. Hey, what's up, Misek? How's your Saturday going? 4.5.0? Yeah, so in 4.5 this runs 5 tests, but if we check out 4.6.0 and then run it, it collects 0 tests. That still exits non-zero. So the easiest way for me to find when this started breaking is to bisect this. So I'm going to make a little tiny script that's going to run pytest and search for something in the output that's unique. So what do we want to do here? Search for this, I guess. Pytest t.py and then grep for this, and that's going to be the successful case. And if it doesn't match, so when grep matches it returns 0, but when it doesn't match it's going to return non-zero. And so that should be enough to bisect this. Let me just make sure that we run this on the broken thing and we get non-zero. Cool. And if we check out 4.5.0, we should get 0. Sweet. Cool. Hey, what's up, outdated version? Fine, thanks. It's always good to watch your stream. Very informative. Can learn a lot. Awesome. Glad I can teach you some stuff. Hey, what's up, B? Cool. So this script should be good enough to bisect now. I can never remember the commands to bisect, so I usually have to do help. It looks like it's start, and then bad, and then good, and then run. Get bisect start, get bisect good 4.5.0, add 4.6.0, and get bisect run t.sh, and then we just let it go. Oh, except I did it wrong. Dang it. Start bad good run. I need /t.sh, of course. So that'll run some bisection. Let's go into bisect side. Nice. When you got object-oriented programming, was it simple for you? It was alright, I guess. What does bisect do? So let me open up some MS Paint here. So you can kind of imagine, what do we have? A brush? Cool. You can kind of imagine like this is 4.5 and this is 4.6. And we know that, how do I thick brush? We know that 4.6 is bad, and we know that 4.5 is good. And so what bisect does is it grabs a commit in the middle and runs a script to see whether that commit is good or bad. And so let's say that the middle one was good. And so then it assumes that this portion of the history is all good. It's basically trying to find the first bad commit. And it does like a kind of a binary search to do that. The next thing it'll do is it'll split those commits in half and test this commit. And so like if this commit is bad, then it assumes that all of these are bad. And then after that, it'll test this middle commit. And if that one is, I don't know, say good again, then it knows that these are bad. And it'll basically repeat that until it narrows in on the first bad commit. And so like say that it tested these and found this one to be green, and then there were only 3 commits here, and it knew that this one was bad, and so this was the first bad commit. Figured out that from the bisection. The word bisect itself just means to split something in half, but in this case, it's splitting something in half to find the first bad commit. But it's a pretty powerful concept, and I find that I use it a lot when releasing large pieces of software, finding like other issues like that. So hopefully that's useful. Trying to figure out how to use Python, guys, not amusing. But yeah, it looks like it says bisect success, and it looks like I suspected this was going to be the commit. So it found the first bad commit, and so I can tag the person that worked on that. So we have the commit ID. The way I usually find this is I click on some other commit and then I change the URL bar. That's the easiest way to get to it. But then we can find the pull request because GitHub lists that for us. Then looks like this regressed in this PR CC. His name is Leet, so I copy and paste it. So we found all that. Cool. Hey, what's up, Quickfloor? Hey, Quickfloor, you should join the Discord. That way you can ask me personal questions all the time. Wow, you should be a professor. So a funny story. I want to write code because I want to appease the EU people, but I'll tell you a quick story. When I taught Intro to Programming in college, I was just a TA, lowly TA. But because I was on the list of, so in the state of Michigan, you're required by law for all instructors to be published with their salaries on a centralized location where you can basically like look up every teacher in Michigan and find their certifications and stuff. And so you could literally find me and it was like certification 0 because I was just a student. But because this list was public and because it contained contact information, I got, and it basically just said University of Michigan, Anthony Sotilli, fucking, what did I teach? Intro to programming. And nothing else. So you couldn't know whether I was like a TA or like a professor or whatever. But I got like, I don't know, 10 or 20 emails that were like, "Dear Professor Sotilli, please blah 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 blah." It's just like, sorry Bob, I'm just a lowly undergrad here, not a real professor, but I was a fake professor there. Honestly, if I was a professor, I'd just Google everything for students. I mean, you can get pretty far with that. But I'm trying to ask your social number with social engineering, so you know. Well, you're not gonna get that. You're gonna try real hard, but not get there. What is a linked list? Oh, okay, I see. You're just giving an example there. Hey, what's up, Sarcastic Dante? Haven't seen you in a while. I guess it's been like a week, so not that long. Did I do people's projects? I mean, I designed some of the projects. I also wrote the autograder for them. But let's see if I can figure out this patch and see what's wrong with it. I suspect it's not too difficult. It's probably just like eager iteration where we shouldn't be eagerly iterating. Where's parameterize args? So probably what's happening somewhere in here is that we're iterating over the, we're exhausting the iterator and then it's not working anymore. I guess. I have a personal question. Oh, here we go. How do you handle lower back pain? Are you saying because I'm slouching? You're right. I should sit up and have better posture and not crouch over my keyboard. I don't know, I just deal with it. Lay down, hopefully feel better. How was data structures for you? It was easy peasy. Although then again, I had already kind of worked with a lot of the data structures before I took the class, from personal experience, so it wasn't so big a deal from that. But yeah, let's figure this out and see where this goes wrong. Direct parameterize. Get fixture info. This is where I'm going to put a breakpoint and try and debug this. Source, pytest, this fixtures.py, fixtures.py. Pip install future breakpoints. Gotta get my sick hacks working. Oh, it's already installed. Oh, I'm not in the right directory. There we go. Okay, so we should stop here on this get fixture info. So we have node, func, class is none, func_args is true. Okay. Have argument names. Awesome. Use fixtures. I don't think we care about that. Is this the old code or the new code? Maybe, what is this function called? I lost it already. Get fixture info. I think I'm looking at the wrong function, but we'll find that in a second. Let's see. Like seriously, the problem in today's society is we don't use Google or YouTube. Yeah. People would be much cleverer if they just tried to search for the problem themselves. I think they would also learn better too. But this is a perpetual problem, and you'll face this for the rest of your life. And if you're really good at Google and YouTube, it's going to continually frustrate you that other people are not good at it. Like even at work, like my team is a support team, so we suffer from this particularly more than other people, in that we spend a lot of our time helping other people figure out their stuff, when if they would have put in like, I don't know, 50% effort, they might have solved it themselves without taking our time. And like all the resources are there, like you just need to know where to look and how to search for them. Updated version says, okay, I finally figured out how to run tests. We're making progress. That's good. It's a solid strat. How are the exams and data structures? They were tricky. Parts of them were fair, but some of them were just like, here's this like asinine backwards problem that no one would ever need to do in real life, and good luck, and like try and figure out the trick. I mean, I was usually pretty good about figuring out the tricks, but some other people were not. I don't think this actually is the right function to debug here. So it changed here, but I don't think it changed all that much. Maybe direct parameterize args? Oh, that could be it. What does that do? Finds the parameterize, parse parameterize args. That could be relevant. Let's see what that does. Okay, no quarks. Okay, so this is the new parse parameterize args function that gets created here. Parse parameterize args. If the arg names is not... Okay, so we're looking at arg values. So here's where we iterate arg values. We should have converted it to a tuple before then, maybe? How was this happening before? This used to be in for parameterize, but then it was moved further up. Okay, so it used to happen here, but this is way later. Add new indications to the underlying test. Metafunc.prim. Del arg values. Interesting. Yeah, so this function is not reentrant or whatever, I guess. We gotta find when parameterize gets called. Oh, this is parameterized. So I think the fix is just I had to guess. Is to just convert the arg values to a tuple. Perhaps. Let's quit out of that. Wait, was that the debugger? Or is this the debugger? Come on, let me tab complete, please. Nope, that didn't fix it. Alright. Fuck PyPy3. Yeah, PyPy3's been giving me some trouble too. For whatever reason, on PyPy3 with coverage enabled, I keep getting these random warnings about unclosed files, and this file name and number is just like complete nonsense. If we actually look at that file, it's line 107 has nothing to do with files at all. And if I run this a bunch of different times, I get completely different results every time. So it's just like random file names, random line numbers, crashing with warnings, and I spent a bunch of time last stream making this reproduction here, but with my enterprise Docker skills, but I don't know, I haven't had time to look into this, unfortunately. But yeah, PyPy3 is giving me some rough times too. Apparently, it doesn't happen in PyPy 3.6, but only in PyPy 3.5. You got PyPy3 to work, but pip doesn't work. Oh. Oh, are you using portable PyPy? Or did you build from source? Because portable PyPy, I haven't used it yet, but it sounds good in theory. So we might be able to hack on that there. But I don't know. Who knows? I don't have 4.5 gigs of RAM in my VM. Yeah, you don't want to build from source, then you're gonna need to download more RAM. Okay, so this is not enough to fix this problem. But I believe that's where... I guess I could debug it. See where the entry point is. That's the JavaScript debugger. This is the Python debugger. I know what I'm doing. Right, so this should allow me to step into this function here. And I have to do... I think I... Wait, did Daniel fix this? Oh, he did fix it. Cool. Before, you would need -s here to debug during the collection phase, otherwise it would mess up the I/O stuff. Even. Oh, dang it, I missed it. Shoot. Okay, missed it. Easy, just download more RAM. It's free. Hey, what's up, Chris? How's it going? Yeah, what is it? Downloadmoreram.com? Wait, is there a search suggested for download more RAM safe? Someone got whooshed hard here. A software developer asked me about a website called Download More RAM. I didn't think he heard my other coworkers snicker. He asked if it's possible to download RAM, then asked if it was a security issue. Oh. The question has come up, I'll answer it. You cannot actually download RAM. I mean, maybe one day you'll be able to download like a schematic for a 3D printer to 3D print some RAM. I got the torrent already. Nice. Look at what it does. Only DDR4? I don't know. I don't know if my computer will run with DDR4. RAM downloads will begin shortly. I have to click this button? Oh my goodness. Oh no, I don't have to continually click it. But anyways, the website's pretty funny. But I missed my breakpoint that I wanted here. I think this function is the entry point. I could be wrong. This is one of the like tricky parts of pytest. Is how the mark traversal stuff happens. If I step over this line, yeah, it didn't break point on the call to parameterize, so that happens here. But now we're at this breakpoint, but it's too late. I think we've already exhausted our parameter set. Yeah, we've already exhausted the parameter set at that point, so it's too late. We need to find it earlier. I have an idea for working with PyPy3 that doesn't involve killing yourself in the process. Is that dropping PyPy3 support? I actually plan to look at your PR later in the stream too, so I might be able to debug that too, so I can save you some sanity. Does parse parameterize args return the right values? I think that function does. Parse parameterize args. I'm pretty sure this function does the right thing. It just this function here, or this comprehension here, exhausts this arg values. So it has a side effect that is not great. And it gets called in two places. This one I think is first. Parse parameterize args. So what is marker.args here? Is that our problem? Oh, okay. So marker.args is the positional arguments. Interesting. Let's see. I'll write a script that passes all arguments to Docker run with the PyPy image. Yeah, that would work. Are those L's or I's? Unknown character Andy3D asks, I see you're using VMware. When I type in VMware, I always have a little delay. Is there a special configuration needed for an Ubuntu box? So I'm actually using VirtualBox, and I have like no delay whatsoever. Seems pretty good. Is there a configuration that you need? This PC with 64 gigs of RAM. I do have that, but I don't know that it makes that much of a difference. I do notice a delay sometimes if I do some really weird stuff, which I don't want to do because then it'll kind of derail the stream. But if I click this maximize button in here, it causes the window manager to just like leak memory and then everything grinds to a halt. What the fuck, you have 64 gigs of RAM? Yeah. It's a little excessive, but it makes it great because I can like run Chrome and Slack at the same time and not run out of RAM. It's crazy. But it's also because I can like run VMs and I can play video games and keep music and YouTube and Firefox and all the other things for it. Don't fall for it. Linux is a security vulnerability. I'm only using 12. Yeah, I mean only 12. That's what you need when you're working in a porn industry. Is that what technology is to you? Just dirty smut. I think it's funny that my GPU is doing so much work, but it's... Oh, I guess it's rendering video. Never mind, that makes sense. Okay. I'll shut up now. I can think about things. Don't fall. Oh, the bot got you, Chris. Okay, but the problem here is this marker's second argument is getting exhausted by this parse parameterize args here. The internet is for porn, so yes, you're right. So grab your dick and double click for porn. Oh man, I love that song. It's pretty good. Okay, so we need to figure out a way to make this not exhaust stuff. Can you show the VirtualBox machine settings? I only have 16 gigs of RAM, so maybe it is the RAM. Yeah, and actually, I run VirtualBox on my other computer. So let me grab the settings there so I can read the difference. I mean, you guys obviously aren't going to be able to see it, but I can at least tell you what I have here so that you can maybe apply the same settings there. Machine settings. So I start up my laptop. Okay, so general, nothing super special. I do have this on an SSD, but I don't know that it really makes all that much of a difference on SSD versus not. What is my password? Oh, that worked. Let me look at the settings on this machine. Okay, so I give this machine 8 gigs of RAM. On my laptop, which had 16 gigs of RAM, I only give it 4. The rule of thumb that I've heard is you don't want to go below 1 gig of RAM, and you don't want to go above 50% of your RAM. So I usually go for a quarter and call it good enough. Or in this case, 1/8. So this computer has, what, 8 vCPUs? What was it? 6, okay, 12 logical processors. So I don't, the suggestion that I've seen here is to not exceed the number of physical cores. So I have 1 fewer than the number of physical cores. On my laptop, I have 4 CPUs, or I have two cores, and so I have 2 physical cores, and I've set it to 2 on my VM. Although I've heard that's bad for performance, but I don't know, it works great on my laptop. If your BIOS supports PAE and X, make sure to check that. For acceleration, I checked both of these, although I think you can't disable nested paging, so this one is dependent on your BIOS also, so if you have this, check it, otherwise don't. Then I maxed out the video memory, and other than that, there's nothing really interesting in here. But hopefully that helps you out. And I also maxed out the video memory on my laptop, where things are not as insane. Chatbot is just such a good idea, B. I'm so happy that you allowed me to steal that idea. For the GNU Linux bot. Or the GNU bot. I don't know what I'm saying. Okay, but we figured out the problem here. We're exhausting this product object here. But if I remember correctly, we don't even look at the parameters in the second call to this. Yeah, we were just completely discarding them here. Parameter set. Subtract from X. Yeah, so we need to just take this code and move it out of this function. So this one is fine, but the other call to parse parameterize args. So what I want to do here is this. Parse parameterize parameters. Oh, we still need this logic. If argnames is a list or a tuple, then So we still need this forced tuple down here. Oh, I guess what we could do here is argnames, comma, forced tuple equals this. So then we could just return argnames, forced tuple here, and then parse parameterize args and parse parameterize parameters, which takes arg values and forced tuple. My apt purge stopped. That seems bad. Did it just like crash or what happened? So we need to find the other place where this happens. Hey, what's up, Ledrolika33? Thank you for the follow. Every follow counts. How's your what day is it? Saturday? How's your Saturday going? Let's see. This is the other place where this is called. Parse parameter. Parse parameterize. I can never spell this damn thing. I think so. There's a proposal to change this to just PARAMS. Oh, actually, I don't need to change this at all because I'm still ignoring this second argument here. So that's good. So parse parameterize args should not take arg values as a parameter. You're right, it should not. The problem with that is we just splat in this here. I wonder if you can parameterize with positional arguments. Hey, what's up? Landy3D, thank you for the follow. Every follow counts. Sorry if I butchered your name. So the ** underscore wouldn't cover me in this case because it's a positional argument. So it's splatted using a single star, so it won't end up in the named only arguments. What I want to see though is if I can do something like this. My hope is that I can't do this, and then I don't have to worry about changing this function signature here. But who knows? t2.py. Shh, dang it. Okay, so I do have to worry about this, unfortunately. Oh, that's so annoying. Because I bet I can do this, and then do this out of order, and it'll still work. Oh, that makes this difficult. I thought this was gonna be easy. I was wrong. Because here we're splatting in everything. So we still need to make it handle that same arc values, unfortunately. Annoying. But I think this fixes the bug now. We need to write a better test for this. Cool. Test. Of course, that's going to be completely useful. What is the... We have a test for parameterize? No? Maybe it goes in marks? We're gonna make a failing test first, just to make sure that I'm actually doing this right. Parameterize. This marker's option. Parameterize. We need something that's parameterized internally. Oh, here we go. This keyword option parameterize. What does that mean? This parameterized collection with wrong args. This parameterized with quargs. Well, it seems like I can add a test in here though. What is this keyword option? I don't know what that means. Oh, it's testing like -k, I think. PyPy3 image is at least 300 megabytes. That seems excessive. How big is PyPy for me? Oh, well, PyPy itself is 130 megs, so kinda makes sense. And like a base Xenial is 120 megs, so you're already starting off at like 245 megs. So 120 megs for some libraries on top of that. It kind of makes sense. At least it's not 2 gigs like our Docker images at work. So I'm gonna look for. Does this really not match anything? Base plus. Oh, it's matching lots of things. Tilde space plus. Or caret, not tilde. 2 gigabyte production images, smooth. Yeah, we're working on that. It's really fucked right now. But we'll get there. Oh, cool. Something I would have broke this. It's good that there's a test here. Def test parameterize iterator. What does tester do? Some just like bogus test. This test we should make this test fail. 962 megs, that's an even bigger one. Alright, we have one hypothesis test, and so we have to install hypothesis. Oh, it doesn't give me useful stuff. Cert not, or cert skipped not in. Is there a thing here? FN match lines. Get star skipped. Oh, this doesn't actually help me though. Is it I guess I can just search for 3 past. Result.standardout. I think that's what I want. Feels weird that this isn't an assertion though. Okay, that's just how it works, I guess. What did I name my test? Pytest testing test mark -k iterator. Okay, so that should fail. Cool. And if I apply my patch, it should pass. Book. Fix. Fix collection or fix parameterize iterator. Have to write a changelog for this. What is my issue number? Unless someone's already fixed it. It'd be grump. Workaround does fine. Okay, cool. Someone just commented that the workaround is fine. It is 5354. Bug fix.rst fix pytest.mark.parameterize when the arg values is an iterator. Cool. I got to write some code this stream. Black is mad because I use single quotes like a pleb. I like my single quotes though. Mindful Fox says, "Hey, Mr. Anthony, your brown sheets make it look like your room is just wall and floor." Yeah, I should switch back to the blue ones. I'll probably do that tomorrow, if I remember, in my infinite amount of free time. But yeah, you're right. It does kind of look like there's just like a floor right here, but it's really not. I can, I guess I can like put something there. There's my. Oh, can you see that? Although it kind of just looks like my laptop is on the floor now. Whatever. Close enough. Stuff in the background. Anyway, this is a fix for that, which is cool, and then I should be able to get to pyupgrade stuff, which is awesome. It's 5354. Master for bug fixes, features for new features, didn't need docs, wrote some tests. Awesome. Resolves 5354. Five, 3, 5, 6 has a fix for this. Thanks for the issue. What is 5355 though? What happened in the middle here? Docs, fix, and anchor. Oh. Is it actually broken? How do I get to that docs page? Pytest RTD. I guess it's just pytest.org. That doesn't help your case. Yeah, I guess you're right. Where is this where? Oh, how do I get to our 2.7 deprecation page? I know I can get there from the changelog. I'll just use the changelog. So how come the parse parameterized args is working in the source slash pytest or underscore pytest slash fixtures.py? So what was happening here, I can kind of show you in an isolated situation. So we had like arg names is equal to A and B. And we had arg values equals itertools.product part 1, part 2. And we'll just python dash I that. Okay, so we have arg names, which is this A and B, and we have this arg values, which is this product object. And we look at, what was it? It was not fixtures, it was the other one. What file did I touch? It's PR. When it's easier to find the file by looking at OPR. Pytest mark structures. Oh, I would have never found that. Parameters equals. Oh, I could have just done return here. Dang it. Maybe I'll just do that. Okay, so back to this. Static method, is that gonna get me there? It is, awesome. Okay, so what this parse parameterized parameters does is it runs a list comprehension over the extraction here, and this used to be part of this parse parameterized args function. Unfortunately, a side effect of that, where's the one where I have the interpreter? Side effect of that, so let's say that I just like, we'll simulate we'll simulate this parameter set.extract from by just like a list or something. So we have a list comprehension that is that contains a list of x, which is this value from arg values over here, which is off screen, unfortunately. Just greened in that so it's easier to see. Black picks 88 characters, which I still use 80 character terminals like a pleb tier terrible person, but I don't know, I like my 80 characters. But anyway, so if we simulate this parameter set extract from with a list for x in arg values. So this iteration here will actually mutate arg values because the product object is just an iterator. And so if we run this once, you can see like we get out our product, which is what we expect. But if we were to run this again, which is what happens the second time this function gets called, this arg values has been exhausted already. So if we run this again, we'll just get an empty list out. And so this is what the second set of the pytest code was seeing, and it was saying, oh, well, there's no parameterized cases to run, so we're just gonna skip this. And that's how we get into this case. But the function was working correctly, and it was returning the right values the first time it was called. But the second time it got called, since arg values got exhausted, it just did the wrong thing. But this fixes it. And before it worked because it was only being called once, but once it was being called twice, then it was problems. Would you opt for a 4 days on, 10 hours a day work week? That I think I would be much happier if I did that, actually. Because I don't know, I like 3-day weekends. I feel like when I can get up and like, I feel like it's hard for me to wake up and exercise on days that I have to go to work. Now granted, sometimes I'll like bike to work or run to the train station or do some lifting in the morning. But if it was 3-day weekends all the time, like I think I'd be way more productive and way happier. I know some companies do something like that, and I think my team is actually looking into trying that out, where during the summer we're going to try and do either half days or every other Friday we're just going to take off and see how it works. Because apparently it's super popular in like the fashion industry to have a thing called Summer Fridays, where just like half the Fridays they just don't work. Or they work half on half, whatever. They like make Fridays a thing that they just don't do. Do 3x13.3. Yeah. 3x13 would be pretty nuts. Although there's, man, there were some weeks in when I worked at Yelp where I basically did like 5x13 weeks, and never do that. Do your 8 hours and go home. There's absolutely no good reason to just do a 48-hour hackathon. Yeah. I'm sure that your productivity would. I'm sure there's like a trade-off where the number of hours you work a day translates into worse performance, but I don't quite know what that is. But that's just 39.9 hours. Yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna make a oh no, I'll let someone else do the milestone finagling, because pytest is gonna start doing a backporting workflow where anything that needs to be backported to the Python 2 branches will need a separate PR, and so like any bug fix patches like this will get backported. But I don't know. I'm not gonna do that yet. I'll let someone else handle that. Oh. I'll deal with this later. This was the This is the one that I helped debug on stream and like found a seg fault, and then it got fixed, and now apparently it's seg faulting again. But rip. Have you guys been able to? Oh, you're in the chat. Nice. Have you guys been able to reproduce the new one locally again? Sort of? Okay, well at least you have something to go off of. And then you would like minimize that reproduction until you can provide a bug report upstream. When will the pytest codebase be focused on Python 3 only? Hopefully by the end of the week. The plan for how we're going to arrange our branches is already set up. Not easily. We're basically... Oh, did I push to the wrong origin? What is this branch? Oh. I forgot that Hugo is a member. He pushed to the wrong origin. Oops. I forgot to... Oh, I got distracted. Right, I was gonna look at this. Oh, I see. Yeah, there is an extra curly brace, or extra square bracket on the end. Oh no, where's my... Why did it not give him a cat? There we go. You get 2 shipments, Hugo. I have a user script which puts a cat gif into the ship it message. So it ends up being, I don't know. I think it's fun. Some people don't like it, but screw them. I like to be happy. Right, so ignore this branch. It's not supposed to be there. But the way that the way it's going to be set up is for the next major release, which will go into features, I think. Oh man, I should read up on this. I forget already. If I remember right, we're going to convert features to Python 3, and then leave master on Python 2 until we make the 5.0 release. Although I assume we'll make the 5.0 release pretty soon, so that we'll have a less confusing workflow. But then this 4.6 maintenance branch will be the only one that supports Python 2. And we have an open PR that we're working on that's getting us towards there. It's a work in progress. It needs to be rebased on the latest master. Holding on this until 4.6 gets released. But essentially, we're doing it. We're dropping it. We're dropping Python 2. It's going away. I'm so happy that we can finally use Python 3 features, but we might actually be able to use like type annotations and all that other cool stuff too. Although we won't be able to use variable type annotations because we still support Python 3.5. But 3.5 will be next. I don't know, it looks good. There's lots of big deletions here, which is good. This is always true, so he should fix this. I don't know, I'll let him do that. But anyway, soon. Soon is the answer. Make Python statically typed, yeah. I mean, it's not quite static typing, but it's like some typing before you can, before it runs, you can check some of the types. Seems like a good moment to try to start contributing then. My company codebase is still on Python 2. Ooh, yikes, bud. Make Python statically typed, get out. Yeah, I mean, types are controversial. I like them. The codebases that I contribute to at work, we've been trying to add as many types to them as possible, which has been improving our reliability a lot. And we've been finding lots and lots of bugs just by putting types in our code. I'll fork my own Python with blackjack and hookers. MyPy is awesome. Yeah, it is pretty good. I wish it was a little less buggy, but it is pretty good at what it does. I mean, it can't be perfect, obviously, because it's targeting a flawed language, right? But anyway, so that's the first thing that I want to do today. I'm also gonna like periodically check this issues page to make sure other stuff doesn't come up, because I made a release this morning. Thanks, Anthony. Gotta go. Thanks for stopping by, Yoav. Hopefully I gave you enough code. But you can always catch the rest of the code that I do on YouTube afterwards if you want. Yeah, let's continue on this. So last time I worked on, or not last time, last weekend. It's been quite a while. Actually, what else did I have to tie up loose ends for? Well, just this, I guess. Okay. So we'll work on this. The idea behind this is to have pyupgrade, which I guess I should introduce what pyupgrade is for those of you that don't know, although a lot of you do. So pyupgrade is a Python tool for rewriting syntax to kind of, well, in some ways like burn the bridges with the old versions of code, but in some other ways like make code compatible forward. It was originally created as a way to stop bickering in code review about like, oh, you're writing code that only targets Python 2.7, so you don't need to use this Python 2.6 syntax. And so it automatically, the original feature was just to automatically rewrite these. But then it grew to a bunch of other things as well, like rewriting format specifiers, dictionary comprehensions, percent formatting to dot format, and all sorts of other stuff like this. And then I was like, oh, well, I can also do some cool stuff where I drop like Python 2 features and just do Python 3 plus stuff. And so it does stuff like convert old super into new super, or remove object as a base class because you don't need that anymore, and remove forced native literals, or this one's brand new. I haven't made a release for this yet, but this one makes it so you can remove encode that uses the UTF-8 codec, because this is a no-op in Python 3. Unfortunately, it only works on string literals right now, because I don't think it's possible to know in every situation when you're properly calling encode, I guess. I don't know. I came up with some situation where it was broken, so we only did it for string literals for now. It also knows how to burn the bridges with sticks, although this isn't quite complete. Oh, actually, I should remove this, because I marked this as resolved. So do that first. Easy peasy. I'm just gonna push that straight to master, because webs 59. Oops. It's hot, stay hydrated. Oh yeah, it's pretty warm here in San Mateo too. I'm actually gonna go grab a drink. That's a good reminder. So I'll be right back. Back. Your bot needs to water check you, yeah. Or I should just use like one of the million water bots that already exist, because I don't know. It seems like, well, actually, I don't even know how I would implement that in my bot. Let's see, Twitch chatbot. Because right now all of the messages are just callbacks. I guess I could spin up like an async sleep somewhere, like a worker that I don't know enough about async IO to do this right though. Anyway, I would need to do something with this, because right now it's only callbacks. I would need it to essentially like sleep 60 or sleep 3600 and then send a message reminding me to drink. But anyway, git push origin head. Okay, yeah. So I worked on this Py2 rewriting stuff, block rewriting, which the idea is that like if you have if Py2 else, it would know to delete this code here. But what I didn't do is if this is like if Py3 or if not Py2 or sys.versioninfo or stuff like that. And so I want to make it handle that today. I have to know if I remove this block, like if I need to keep this code and delete these three things, but I have to do some special handling for new lines after it, which Sarcastic Dante actually ran into in his branch for fixing yield from. So I'll probably write something that can be reused in this branch, is my hope. That's what we're gonna try and work on today. Fuck PyPy3. Yeah, that's the other thing, is like I can debug PyPy3 because I have it installed in my VM, whereas you are on a different operating system, so you don't have that readily available. But yes, so let's start with some tests. If 6.py2. Okay, so we'll just start with let's just start with a simple like if not 6, or well, we'll do if not 6.py2. So the problem that that Sarcastic Dante was running into is these. Well, actually, I'll just show you. We have this code here. If we tokenize that, kind of hard to see here. But we have this if not 6.py2 colon here. And then we have an indent. So the indent and dedent tokens are what control where blocks live. So we indent, we print py3, we new line, then we dedent, then we get the else. Then we new line, indent, print. The problem here is the new line, or the dedent token, actually happens right here before this X. And so if we were to delete this block here just based on the dedents, you would delete all of this. But the way we want to make it work is to only delete this, not the other part. It's kind of annoying. I have a question about pytest parameterize. What is the preferred method for skipping a specific parameterization? There's a way. Let's see, pytest.param skip. Is it in here? So there's a way to add markers to parameterize. I mean, don't is a good one, but here's like an example. If you're like looping over them, let me just make an example, I guess. So let's parameterize. So let's say that we're parameterizing over A and B, and we have some sort of list comprehension here. Test. And we're gonna look at the product of all of these. But we want to skip the ones when, I don't know, the first one is equal to the second one. Let's just do that arbitrarily. we just start with this, it's not gonna work. We can assert A does not equal B, just to make this a fully featured test. Oops. This is a pretty, like, I'm a pytest noob, but I don't know, this is a pretty advanced concept, so I wouldn't worry too much about it. So right now, this doesn't work because we have these cases in here. And like one thing you could do is just force those to not show up. So if A does not equal B, that'd be one way to cheat out of it. But then we don't get those skips, which, I don't know, you might want the skips. So you can set, what is it, marks. Marks equals pytest.mark.skip if A equals B, else nothing. I think that'll do it. Oh yeah, so this'll skip. So you could say like, and you wanted skips with a reason, you say. So you do like pytest.mark.skip skip same, for instance. And you can even put in more useful information there. So you can see like 1, 1, 2, 2, and 3, 3 got skipped, and we had reasons here. Let me paste bin this for you so you can grab that. But if you don't have a list comprehension, you can just like manually mark your specific stuff as skipped if you wanted to. Like, you don't have to have this list comprehension. It was just easier for me to demonstrate it that way. Like, you could you can construct these pytest params directly with mark. Another cool thing that I recently learned and now use way more often is you can control. So like, see how we have like 1, 1, 2, 2, 1, 2, 1, 3, whatever. You can actually control the test name here by doing ID equals. So let's say we have 1 and 2. Test when different. And then if we run this, we can see like instead of having 1-2 there, we actually get that string that I put there, which is pretty cool. But I only recently learned about it, despite like it being a thing for a really, really long time. So maybe it'll be new to you guys as well, and then you can use that. But yeah, hopefully that helps. Okay, but the thing that I wanted to mention here is we need a way to backtrack from this dedent to find the last important new line, I think, in order to box this block properly. Oh, also, Sarcastic Dante was saying that this shows up differently in PyPy 3. So, let me see what happens in PyPy 3, how that's different. So I can do diff-u, and then vn bin tokenize rt t.py, and then vn pp3 bin tokenize rt t.py. That should show us no difference. No new line if it's not in the code. Oh. So yours is more like this, but no terminating new line, which I don't actually know how to do in Nano or Vim. I know how to do it in Vim. No, I know how to Google for it in Vim. I don't think it's possible in Nano. Remove new line at end of file Vim. Set no el vim-b. Vim-b t.py. Set no eo. No end of line, and then right quit. Quit for real. Okay, so there's no new line at the end of the file now. Interesting. So CPython puts a new line at the end, but PyPy3 does not. Oh, I think for, Python 2 has the same problem. So I remember when they added this behavior and it broke like PyFlakes, it broke like Flake 8, it broke a bunch of stuff. Install, tokenize, RT. So instead of PyPy3, we'll do... Oh. I will spell it correctly. Yeah, so Python 2 has the same problem also. So if it helps, you can probably debug it in Python 2 instead of PyPy3, and that might make it easier for you to hack on it. But I assume I'll also have to handle the same thing. In fact, while we're thinking about it, let's add a test for that. Oh, I have too many tabs. What am I doing? That was that tab. This is the one that I was writing or talking about, so it's the one we're working on. Get rid of pytest tabs now. That's a pytest tab. Cool. We're in a sane situation now. So we should end up with print py3, and then we should have 2 new lines. And then we also need a test for no new line at the end, you said? Pytest.param. Oh, no new line at the end. I guess it's fine for it to keep this new line then, because we'll just delete this and this. Okay, we need the output, so it should just be print py3. Okay, so those test cases should be failing right now. You did not notice that you started the... Oh, that I started the stream? No, I did. I mentioned it in Discord. I didn't mention like exactly when I started, I guess. But I mentioned in stream announce. Streaming in 90. I did. I promise. What's up, Toddy? I tried to do my due diligence. Sorry that you missed it. You haven't missed much so far. I just hacked on some pytest stuff, and I'm working on this pyupgrade stuff. Bobby Table says, hey, do you know front-end technologies like Vue.js, React, or similar? Back in the day, I was a JavaScript programmer. I was actually... My first, I guess my second real job was... I was hired as a JavaScript front-end developer at Yelp. And at that point in time, I would have said that I was a very, very good JavaScript developer. However... It has been years since I've kept up with new Python things, or not new Python things, new JavaScript things. So unfortunately, I don't really know. You did until you reach the age of reason. I see how it is, yeah. So no, unfortunately, I don't know too much Vue or React. I've done like the Hello World in React, and like to me, it's just like a glorified templating language, which I don't know. That seems useful, I guess, but. You can, I've taken the like mentality and approaches of React and applied it in Python, but I haven't like worked with React or Vue. I know a shit ton of jQuery, but apparently that's just a joke now. Somebody commented on my PR, so let me check this. See what's up there. Thanks, Anthony. If I understand correctly, we were consuming the generator when checking for parameterization args to ignore it first. So when the real parameterization kicked in, there was nothing left parameters. Yep. That is exactly right. Cool. Yeah, this was the original author of the patch that broke stuff. Not blaming in any way. There was no test to catch it, so I don't blame him for it breaking. But now we have a test that will keep it for forever. Finished to print a very cute cube. Nice. On your 3D printer. Hey, what's up, Alverton? Oh man, I had trouble with this last time too. Alvertonism man. Dang it. Close enough, right? But yeah, anyway, so what I need to do here is figure out this block stuff. Oh, Alberto Nisman. Okay, that's... I'm gonna try to remember that for next time. I'll try. But yeah, we have to adjust our detection for these Py2 blocks. YouTube link from Sarcastic Dante. How risky click is this? ASCII fluid dynamics. What? What the? That is so dope. That's so cool. Where did you find this? The tiny fluid simulator that fits in an 80 by 25. Wait, did he show the source at the beginning? Wait, this is the source? Bro. Alright, that's dope. Oh, does this one overflow? Oh, it does. Nice. That can't be the source, there's too much math. It's so satisfying. The source said fluid, yeah. Oh, coworker sent it to you. Nice. I like how the guy also types in GCC warning options. Yeah. Hey, what was going on up here? What? Did like pieces fling out at the top? Oh, they did. I guess it lacks some collision detection. That's so cool, though. Oh, is this a new version of it? What? Alright, fluid color is what that says. Doesn't quite fit on the terminal anymore. But... okay, that's really cool. Alright, so I think what we actually need to do here is... I'm not sure how I want to structure this. Like, I think... I have two approaches. I need to either, like, remove the top block or remove the bottom block. But I think in both cases I need to parse both of the blocks and then decide after the fact which one to remove. But that means I need to store some state about whether it's the first or second block being removed. I could also just do it like this. And, it'd be kind of janky, but I think it would work. Oh my god, I don't remember this code being that complicated. What I really need is like a parse block function, probably. Yeah, because if I run parse block twice, then I'll get if block and the else block, and then I'll know to dedent the one I keep and delete the one that I don't need. So I think I'm going to end up rewriting a lot of this to be less sprawling. Although, how do I know when I reach an else block? We'll just change this from a set to a mapping, which is going to be true if it's the top block and false if it's the bottom block. I guess. Let's see, if you can answer it, I wonder, what do you work on at Lyft? How would you describe a typical day? Is it all Python and fun? Yeah, I talk about my job a lot on this. So I work as an infrastructure engineer. So I generally don't build public-facing features. I work on tools and infra that other developers use. The team that I lead is called the Developer Experience Team. We primarily focus on thinking too quickly and talking too slowly. I keep munging my words together. We work on two primary components. The first is the development environment. So we have one that's called DevBox, which is like lead isn't a manager. No, like technical lead. Not a manager. I don't want to do management. Please don't make me do management. Unfortunately, my manager is out right now, so I am actually picking up some of the slack there. So unfortunately, I'm slightly putting on a manager hat, but I'm not very good at it. So, but yeah. So one of the technologies that we maintain is a thing called DevBox, and the idea behind DevBox is you run Vagrant, VirtualBox, and Docker, and you can kind of like run some basic stuff on your local laptop. We're trying to phase out DevBox because it's super buggy for like a number of reasons. Like, one, macOS is hard to like get any reliable amount of software running. Two, Vagrant is kind of flaky, and like 3, VirtualBox is kind of flaky, and 4, Docker is kind of flaky, and so you combine all those failure domains and it barely works. We also maintain a thing that's called OneBox. The original idea behind OneBox was you would run every service at Lyft on a single box, and then you could basically have your own copy of Lyft and like take a ride and all that stuff. But Lyft has gotten a little bit too big for that to fit on one box, mostly because like Lyft has a absolute ton of services. But you can still spin up enough services in the like golden path that we call it, such that you can like get out a phone and take a ride using your OneBox. But OneBox is based on Docker, and so it has a lot of the same problems that DevBox has, and it's all in one machine, and so you get resource contention and like startup times, and sometimes things will just mysteriously die, or they get OM killed, and like it has some reliability issues. Also, like we run data stores directly on the box, and if you restart the data stores, then all the data that was there for the service is now just gone, which is not great. But we're building a replacement for it that's based on Kubernetes, and we're calling it DevCube. It originally had a different name that we didn't realize was accidentally, like, super inappropriate, so we had to switch the name halfway through. It was originally called Kate's Box, but we realized before it was too late that was probably not a good idea. But Kate's Box, or DevCube, is basically going to be the same idea as a one box, but instead it'll use Kubernetes to organize all of the resources, and we'll be able to use like persistent volume mounts and that sort of thing to keep data stores around. Oh, so yeah, Kate's Box, like this, because like K8s is Kubernetes, and so it's supposed to be like a Kubernetes one box, but it can be misinterpreted as something vulgar, so we had to change the name. But so that's one part of our responsibilities. The other stuff, and the stuff that I like to work on the most, is the like tooling aspect, where we're building like tools that you can use on your local machine to speed up your development process. So some of those are like I built a thing this half called LiftVM, which is a way to make reliable virtual environments on a macOS machine, because turns out it's actually really rough to run Python on macOS, but people wanted local virtual environments so that they could hook up to their IDE and, like, in some cases run some unit tests that don't deal with other services or network, and basically get some like tag completion, like those sorts of nice things. But it was particularly hard because Lyft is currently running Python 2.7 and Python 3.6, and 3.6 is not the latest version of Python supported by Brew, so Brew would like completely refuse to install Python 3.6, and so LiftVM has to like set up its own 3.6 installation and like hook up a bunch of stuff there. Also, there's a bunch of like native packages that we use at Lyft that are hard to compile on macOS, so I like pre-build those packages and stick them in a well-known location so that LiftVM can find them without having to build a bunch of crap from source and figure out how that works. So that's one of the tools that I've been working on. I've also been rolling out Precommit, which is the open source, which is my baby. Precommit is a Git hooks and linter runner framework, and we're using this to kind of enforce and encourage coding standards at Lyft. We're also using it to do like to fuel some of the like Python 3 migration by using industry standard Python 3 migrating code formatter things and checkers. But that's the other arm of developer experience, which is like the local dev tooling. So we have like our developer environments and our local dev tooling. There's also stuff around, our team also does stuff for front-end developers and mobile developers too, but I don't get involved in those too much, so I don't know much of their details. But that's kind of what I work on. Yeah. Let's make sure there aren't any new bugs. Cool. I'll look at that later. What did this one do? Why did code coverage decrease? Who knows? But I'm gonna wait to merge this until I guess we don't need to backport this because it's just docs, right? Do we show? Can we look at docs for old versions, I wonder? I don't think we can. Oh, yeah, we can. Oh. Okay, so maybe we do have to backport this. Maybe I won't merge this yet. we'll let that happen again. Could not find a version that satisfies the requirement future breakpoints. Oh, it doesn't have an S. It's future breakpoints. How does Kubernetes solve your Docker issues if it's using Docker containers behind the scenes? Does its orchestration of them cover all the issues we were seeing? So there's kind of two answers to that. So one, we're using Kubernetes on Fedora. So instead of Docker, we're using Cryo, which is like a complete re-implementation of the like open container spec or whatever. And Cryo has its own set of bugs, but for the most part, it doesn't have some of the problems we were seeing with Docker. And we also have like a much better support track with the Fedora project than we do with the Docker project. So it's a little easier for us to get help there. But some of the other problems that we were seeing with Docker is just like general instability, and Kubernetes will basically reschedule the problematic or like dead pods automatically for us, so we don't have to manage them ourselves. So like it does and doesn't solve our problems. Like it solves like some of the reliability by basically being a process scheduler and watcher and that sort of stuff, so that helps us out. But yeah, like it could just be running Docker behind the scenes, and the particular Docker problems wouldn't improve. Hey, what's up, ProSam HDX? Thank you for the follow, friend. Every follow counts. And how's your Saturday going? Unable to execute CC, no such file or directory. Yeah, you're gonna need GCC for it, unfortunately, because the way it works is it's a little C extension. As it turns out, it's really hard to like invoke a debugger and not have an extra frame in pure Python. So that's why it's implemented in C. But it's this. I don't know why that's still like that. What happens if you if you unfollow and then refollow? I don't know. It probably notifies. That would be pretty annoying. You could try and find out. My guess is that I get another follow notification, but I don't actually know. But yeah, it's this little C file that invokes the breakpoint code. What's up, Bobby Table 6? Thank you for the follow. Every follow counts. I was trying to figure out whether you had followed today or not. Looks like you're new. Okay. Notification for a while. Oh, I see. Just waiting on the Fedora ISO to download to set up a VM. Nice. How big is their ISO? Fedora ISO. I'm more of a Ubuntu kind of guy myself. Well, if it's on a DVD, so it can't be that bad. Why does it not tell me the size? On Linux or just want an ISO file? Yes. Why is it not telling me how large it is? 1.8 gigs. Okay. How big is the Bionic ISO? .9 gigs. Oh, that's desktop. If we do server, it's only 800 megs. Only, I say. But I run desktop, so I'd use this anyway. Bionic Beaver. Silly name. Yeah, what was I working on? Oh, I was trying to figure out how these worked. Why do you use Nano? Are you a noob? Yep, definitely a noob. Why do you use GNU/Nano? Are you a noob? Why not Pico? Can I actually use Pico? Nano tiny. I don't think I can use Pico. I think it's dead. Dead project. No, why not Vim? I do know how to use Vim. I'm just not as fast at it. So I stick to what I know. Oh, that's not a good file to show. But I don't know. This is my dumb human trick that I always show when I want to be like, look, I know how to Vim. Look, I can sort things. Look, I can quit without saving. But yeah, anyway. Maybe I shouldn't do this way. Let's just do it this way. We'll add it as an if py2 block, and we'll have another case for not py2. Is instance node.test. So let's see if test unary op and node.test.op tst.not node.test.operand we can combine those if node.orelse and not is instance node.orelse. Simplify this line. Okay, so this is like if not 6.py2. And this is if 6.py2. Oh boy. Let's see. GNU Nano is a good text editor. It's not really a good text editor. It is functional, I guess. Maybe the question is, why not GNU/Visual Studio Code? I do actually have code installed, and a couple of streams I've used it, but my biggest reason is that I context switch between a lot of projects, and like starting up a VS Code instance for each one of those is kind of a lot of work, and I'm just faster to not do that. So I stick to what I'm good at, I guess. Why not use Notepad of Windows? I have actually. At one point I did a lot of programming in Notepad. Notepad++ is way better though. Running PyPy3 for pyupgrade in Docker. Well, it's not a bad Docker file. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Your bot doesn't work if it writes it in uppercase. Yeah, it's true. It does only know about it does only know about lowercase Linux, because my regex is bad. If you want to fix the regex, it's on GitHub. Here's the... Oops, that's not what I wanted. If you want to fix the regex, it's here. What languages do you use lately? Only Python? Almost all of the stuff that... Oh no, regexes again. Yeah, we don't need more regexes. Most of the stuff that I work on recently is in Python, although or at least most of the stuff that I do on stream is Python. I've also done some streaming of some Kotlin and Java, so I have an Android app that I think I showed last time. We'll let that start up in the background. I have plenty of RAM. Oh, they've changed this to say this year and last year. Interesting. But where's the play button? Why are you not green? Become green. Yeah, there we go. But I also write a lot of like C, C++. I've done some Go. I've done let's start quickly. I've done some Go, I've done a bunch of Java, I used to do a bunch of JavaScript, I've written a little bit of Ruby, I don't know, but most of my streams are just Python and C, and most of the C is C Python. But yeah, this is my Kotlin game that I wrote in 2012 and then ported to Kotlin recently. But the game is called Ken. The idea behind Ken is you have you can't have the same number in the same row or column, kind of like Sudoku. And then inside the grid you have these cages, and the cages have a number and a math symbol. And so the things within this cage have to, in this case, multiply to equal 24. So for example, 20 times here has to be 1 times 4 times 5, but in some ordering. And it's unknown what that ordering is, so I can just mark those as ones that I'll look at later. 5 divided, for instance, has to be 1 divided by 5. And the most basic tactic that you'll use in like solving these is if you ever see 2 numbers that have 2 options adjacent to them, then you can't see these 2 numbers anywhere else in that row or column. So you know here that you can't see a 1 or a 5. And since there's only one option here, this has to be a 4. Similarly, we know this has to be 2 times 3 and not... Oh, we can't even do 1 times 6 because it's only a 5 by 5. This has to be 2, 5. You can also double tap to fix any ones that are known. So like this only has a 4, and so if I double tap, it'll automatically fill that with a 4. Since this is 2, 5, we know this is a 3. And since we know this can't be 2, 5, it has to be a 1, and then 4, and then 2, and then you can kind of fill these out. Let's see, this has to be 1, 5, this has to be 2, 3. This has to be 2, 3, 4. But anyway, I spend a lot of time playing this game because this is how I burn time on like the train or whatever. 3, 4, 2, 4. These can't be 4s. They already can't be 4s. I think this is one of the cases where, yeah, there were 2 answers to the puzzle, and so then it just finished. You should record the responses and play them back when someone asks the question again. Yeah, I should. But that means that I have to edit, and I really don't like editing. But yeah, I should. You're right. So I'm gonna probably, maybe I'll do some of that tomorrow. Roll up my editing sleeves and do I even have editing software on this computer? Yeah, I have Shotcut, which I usually use. Do you make Python tutorials? I've made a couple of them. They're on my YouTube. Some of them are good, some of them are meh, but they're old. They're all old, so don't look at these. Like, these are all just like stream replays. So if you want to see previous streams, but if you go way back to the beginning, you can find some of my tutorials. So like, this is a quick one that talks about conditional execution in.
As usual, if you'd like to follow along or read at your own pace, the slides will be linked in the description.
Yeah, this is an old video.
Today we're going to be talking about conditional execution, a concept that's very important to writing 2 and 3 compatible code.
So this is talking about like
Without
Python 2
ado,
and Python 3
jump into
porting.
it.
It's a bunch of slides,
conditional
and, like, skip
more
ahead to
clear.
the interesting
That's
part.
In my case, I'd be checking 6 for the functionality. Version-specific played implementation conditionals. The first of these best practices is to avoid using try except import error. This may seem like a reasonable approach, because under normal circumstances, you will get an import error.
Where's the Indian
Like
accent?
But there are quite a few ways that this
You got me. You got me, bud. Hey, what's up? Yours truly, Greed. How's it going? How's your Saturday? But yeah, I do have some tutorial content up on my YouTube. I try and make more and more, but as you can tell, I have not had time to do it in quite a long time. So I've mostly just been streaming and working on GitHub stuff. I'm trying to learn Flask right now. Cool. Well, I actually know a lot about Flask. Well, not a lot, but enough. I like when I work on a website, I usually, or like when I build a new website, I usually choose Flask as my web framework of choice because it's easy to get started and like kind of makes it, you know, like this is your Hello World app and it's not that bad. But yeah, I know stuff about Flask if you have any particular questions. Hey, what's up? Yours truly, Greed. Thank you for the follow. Every follow counts. But yeah, I know stuff about Flask. I've also contributed to Flask. Maybe not Flask itself. Oh, that's my name. I wanted palettes. Have I contributed is the question. Hey, what's up, Gabe Scott 10? How's your Saturday going? Maybe I'm not in this list. But I know I'm on the Vexoig contributors graph because I've been working on this a lot recently. I'm just looking for someone to be working in the background to give me motivation. Nice. Well, I'm kind of working on code right now a little bit, but yeah, I've done some work on Vexoig, which is the nitty-gritty parts of Flask. Or notifications. This one I will look at later. This is this one, which just needs someone to plus one. Cool. We want this tab open in case, because I made a release of pytest this morning, so I want to make sure that there aren't any other bugs that come in. We already fixed this one, so that was pretty cool. Good, thanks. Do you write C++ at all? Yes, I went to school at the University of Michigan, and all of the programming, well, it's changed now, but back when I went to school, all of the programming that they taught at Michigan was C++, and so I basically like was heads down a C++ programmer for all those years. And I guess some of my first jobs I used a little bit of C++, but I haven't really used much since then. But yeah, I have written a lot of C++. Why not use Visual Studio Code? I just answered this, unfortunately. I use Nano because I'm a noob, and I'm good at it, and it's faster for me than using a full IDE, unfortunately. Hey, what's up, Gabe Scott 10? Thank you for the follow. Every follow counts. Nano. Greater than Nano, not Vim, WTF. Oh, Nano, not Vim, WTF. I do know how to use Vim as well. And look, I even just opened VS Code to show you that I know how to use it. But I know how to use Vim. Look, I can quit, guys. Yay. I'm actually teaching my brother how to program right now, and I know how much shit that you guys give me in chat for using Nano, so I'm forcing him to learn Vim instead of Nano, and I think he's almost better than me at Vim at this point. But yeah, I made sure so he could avoid the chastisement that the chat gives. But I don't know. I'm gonna stick to Nano. I've got the muscle memory. I'm pretty fast at it, as you'll see if I ever actually write some code. But yeah. So right now what I'm working on is I'm trying to work on pyupgrade, which is a tool that does some automatic code rewriting, and I'm trying to automatically get rid of Python 2 code, and so like if it saw a construct like this, it would delete this block of code. And I have that part working, but now what I'm trying to get it to do is if not py2, it'll delete this part. So like the if statement and this block, and keep the top block. How do you jump from the left console to the right one? Do you mean like jumping from this window to this window? Or do you mean like jumping between tabs? For tabs, I press Alt and then 1 and 2. For jumping between windows, I just click. I use the mouse like a noob. I could Alt Tab. I think works. Roll. Oops. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Does Alt Tab not work? Oh, I have to Alt Tab and then. Anyway, I use the mouse. It's good enough. Real developers don't write code. Yeah, they just glare at the screen and the code writes itself. Yeah. Well, I'm actually writing code that rewrites code, so in some ways, I'm teaching our computer overlords. If you use a laptop, do you use a mouse as well? It depends. Like that laptop that's over there. Most of the time I don't use a mouse, so I just like I rest one thumb on the scratch pad and do it that way, which mostly works. Hey, what's up? And Andre ZTZ. Thank you for the follow, friend. Every follow counts. But yeah, I on my laptop at work I use a mouse, but when I'm just like laying in bed or laying on the couch using that, I just use the scratch pad, which is good enough for me. Oh, I misspelled blocks here. If I keep any fingers on a touchpad, I keep zooming in and don't know what the fuck to zoom out. Yeah, I get that sometimes too. So like, but one thing you can do is if say I've like accidentally zoomed in real far, you can do Control-0, and that'll always set it back to the default zoom level, which I usually zoom in a little bit for the stream anyway. But Control-0 will set it back to the default zoom level. A little pro tip. I think it's Option 0 on macOS or Command 0. I don't know, but on Windows it's Control 0. I'm talking about Xubuntu Zoom. Yeah, I don't know how to get out of that. Also, it was like I think it was like 8 or 9 streams ago. I accidentally got into the like accessibility zoom mode on Windows, and I could not for the life of me figure out how to fix that. And so chat basically just saw like a zoomed in top left corner of my screen for, I don't know, the 5 minutes while I struggled to like figure out how to fix that. That was pretty good. Alright. Ease of access, yeah. Ease of like good fucking luck fixing this. Okay, so oh yes, more follows. Hey, what's up, Larry Capiha 1337? Super elite, thank you for the follow, friend. Every follow counts. And Zona, thank you for the follow. Every follow counts. What is your stream schedule? It is in the description below. I usually stream random weekdays at 6 p.m. Pacific, and I stream pretty much every Saturday at 1 p.m. So that's my stream schedule. I usually go for like 3 hours on weekdays and I don't know, 4 or 5 on the weekends. I've been streaming for 2 hours so far today. Have you used Xcode for Mac? People who seem to say it sucks, but I like it. I'm a super noob though, just completed data structures. I have used Xcode on macOS. It's pretty good, especially if you're working in C++, it seems to do pretty well. I'm not a Mac person myself. The one time that... Oh, I wonder if I still have access to that. The one time that I worked with macOS and Xcode, I had to make some like tutorials for how to get started with C++. Yeah, here we go. Oh man, this is so old. So here's my tutorial for using the debugger with Xcode 4. I think they're at what, like Xcode 9 now? Latest version of Xcode. This dates me a lot, I guess. What is the current version of Xcode? Xcode 10. Okay, well, that. Oh, I guess it says winter 2012. So there you go. So I put together this like tutorial on how to use the debugger, and super enterprisey design doc. I don't know why I did that. But I basically like set up a Hackintosh virtual machine and like played through Xcode using that, and like showed how to turn on line numbers, because that's super useful and for whatever reason wasn't the default. I don't know if it's the default now, but it wasn't the default then. And then like clicking for setting breakpoints. Old MacDonald has a farm, I think. Sort of code here. That's cool. Could you use iMessage and all of that? Yeah, it all works. It basically pretended to be a piece of Apple hardware but ran in a virtual machine. Technically illegal because I didn't own any macOS hardware, but whatever. Actually, no, at the time I owned macOS hardware, so I was fine. Well, I didn't own it. I guess I was using it, but it was my work's computer, but whatever. But anyway, I set up like debugging instructions, and this was helpful for students so that they could get things working. Hey, what's up, Larry? How's your Saturday going? It's probably almost Sunday if you're further east than I am. But yeah, this was just a document that showed like how to use the debugger with Xcode. It's probably all changed by now, but it was pretty useful for students back then. That's my exposure to Xcode. And at the time, Visual Studio was slightly better than Xcode in almost everything. Like only ever so slightly better. But it was pretty good. Have you tried Sea Lion? I started to, but it felt very cluttered coming from Xcode. I have not used it. I've heard about it, but I've never used it. Would it be useful to create some labels to better track backporting? I think better to create the backport PR right away after merging. Agree with both. I think we should create a label needs backports for PRs to make it explicit that a given PR will be backported on the maintenance branch. Also agree that we should create the backport right away, preferably. One approach doesn't exclude the other. In fact, we can try this right away with 5356. Cool. Awesome. This is exactly what I was going to do. Suggested change. Parameterize should work with generators. Sure. Sounds good. Please open the backport PR after this gets merged. Awesome. Okay. Well, I will show you our very first backported PR to pytest. Let me just take this and put it directly in here. So every other project that I work on, the tests are in a directory called tests, but for some reason pytests are in a directory called testing, and it messes me up every single time. Cool. So I'm gonna merge this and then backport it, which should be fun. I'm just gonna. I made a comment change. I'm just gonna merge it. Delete branch. Git checkout origin 4.6-maintenance-b backport 5356. And then we want to cherry pick. I'm going to cherry pick this from master. Oh, can I cherry pick the merge? Is a merge. M1 maybe? I don't know. We'll just cherry pick this. Cherry pick that. Git show. And we want to target the 4.6- maintenance branch. Three, five, six. Get cherry pick. Let's see. Oh, I gotta catch up on stream. When you first started working, did you have to do a lot of debugging of other people's code before you got to write new code? I guess technically the first blah blah blah. First job I had, I was basically immediately writing code. However, I had to spend, like, you tend to spend a lot more time reading code when you're just starting out on a fresh new code base that you don't understand. But I was pretty much writing code my first day. But I think, like, the most important skill from developing is gonna be, like, is gonna be debugging stuff. Metalstorm says ln-s. Oh, to change the directory to tests. Yeah. Can't I just change the directory to tests? Yeah, the problem with that is I would ruin all of the git blame, unfortunately. Orinong Live 2 says, are you doing DevOps? Who the hell streams DevOps? What are you? I technically use DevOps, or I technically stream some DevOps. Right now I'm working on, like, tests of, or I was working on backporting some fixes to pytest. What is your first program? My first program ever. I don't know if I still have it. Let's see if I have it. Like a directory on my computer that's like old code. Backups. Then 2010 maybe? Well, that's some really old code, but that's not what it is. What is new folder 2? Do I want to look in there? Oh, it's just skiing photos. Oh, yes, skiing photos. I don't know why it's called new folder 2. That seems super sketch. Programs. Alright, here we go. Oh my goodness, there's a lot of programs in here. VB.net. That sounds like some of my oldest stuff. Shutdown. What does that do? Form1.vb. Oh, this is copy and paste from Stack Overflow. I was learning very, very quickly. This is just a program which shuts down the computer. I guess it's accurately named. What else? My very first program was a quadratic formula solver, and it was written in VB6 in a Microsoft Word document as a VB6 macro. What's wrong with continue? Oh yeah, my code uses continue. It's fine. It's useful. It's not. I wouldn't say it's for noobs. Like, sometimes you need it as necessary control flow. What music is this? It's in the description below. It's the stream of copyright-free chill music. I'll repost the link. That's the current song that I'm listening to. Which is, oh, a chill mix. 1 hour, no interruptions. Cool. Wow, I have a lot of programs. What are all of these? This one's called BitTorrent. This one's called Blue Screen of Death. What do you do? Ooh, this is VB5. This is really old code. I guess I was wrong by saying it was VB6. Hey, what's up? K Tulhuev Jen? I'm sorry I butchered that, but thank you for the follow. Every follow counts. Do you know a little bit of Spanish? Un poquito. Not enough to be helpful, but I knew enough. Like, I think the only time that I've actually used my Spanish in real life is I went to Italy, and a family from Spain was having trouble using the washing machines, and I knew like just enough Italian and just enough Spanish to like translate for them, but it was a little messy. My Spanish is garbage though, but I know a little bit. Did I just not finish this code? What was this thing supposed to be called? Blue screen O death. Maybe this triggers a blue screen. I don't even know. Hey, what's up, Lubinho24? Thank you for the follow. Every follow counts. Oh, maybe... Oh, I remember what this was. This simulated a blue screen by making a maximized window that had no visibility on it. What else is in here? Browser stats. Why did I write all of this? Oh, no. Don't execute it. While do loop, while true. It opened up an internet browser. Oh, that scrapes W3 schools. Amazing. I wonder if this URL still works. Oh, opened it in Firefox. It does still work, oddly enough. Reports Chrome as having 80%. Can anyone contribute to an open source project on GitHub? What if somebody contributes garbage code? Someone will point it out in review, yeah. Yeah, anyone can contribute to anything. If you want to get started with open source, my suggestion is to find something that you use a lot, or like something you'd be interested in contributing to. And very often they'll have easy tickets. I forget what the label is for pytest. Is it easy? Status easy. An easy issue that is friendly to new contributors. So often they'll have like easy tickets, or docs is another one that are often easy to get started with. And someone can kind of like guide you through the process of getting started with open source and like, creating pull requests and getting them merged and that sort of thing. But yeah, anyone can contribute anything. Usually bad code gets cut off at the like at the review stage, where the actual maintainers will check whether the code is good or not. Would work on open source projects look good to a potential employer? It looks great to an employer. Employers eat that shit up. Yeah, so I think it was. I mean, it was certainly helpful for me getting a job to like demonstrate that I've worked on open source. Oh, I always spell his name wrong. But yeah, and the fun thing about open source is if you contribute enough, people will make you maintainer, which seems to happen to me a lot, unfortunately. Like pytest is one of the examples where like I contributed a bunch of code and they're like, here, have the keys to the castle, and now I'm like one of the core maintainers, and so I spent a lot of time working on pytest. I say unfortunately, but I actually really enjoy working on it. Could you repeat where you said to go for info on getting started with open source? So I didn't actually link anything in particular. But what I usually do is like, say there's a project that you like working on. So for instance, or like that you use a lot. For instance, pytest is one that I use a lot. And on most projects, you can go to the Issues tab, and from the Issues tab, you can filter to labels. And projects will very often have either an easy tab, like status easy, or like a needs help tab tag, which is what I use on my projects. So if we go to like I only have one page of issues. Like, oh, I have a good first issue tag. Or cleanup is another one that is pretty good. But a lot of projects have sort of like things to get started with. Codetriage.com. That sounds cool. Help out your favorite open source projects and become a better developer while doing it. Interesting. But yeah, often you can find an easy issue and you can like ping the maintainers and be like, hey, I want to work on this. Can you help me get started? And like go from there. And that's kind of one way that you can get involved in stuff. Oh no, I have a program from my old code called if statement generator. Which I absolutely know what that does. Oh, Parabola EQ. This is probably like a copy of my very first program. Solid variable name. Solid variable named ASDF. Try and get this to compile. It's VB5? Ugh, there's no way this compiles. But anyway, here's some of my first code, complete with no indentation. Hey, what's up, KLD96? Thank you for the follow. Every follow counts. Code Triage sends me like 1 billion fucking emails. Why did you register? Yeah, it's a good point. Bad choice, bad choice. But yeah, apparently this is my very first program. In fact, I even added like a super special feature where if you pressed enter in the box, it would compute it for you, so you didn't have to like click a button. Those 200 IQ plays, but solid. Also, I'm pretty sure this crashes. Also, this is all exactly the same code, copied and pasted. At least I left myself a comment that's like 13 is the enter key, because I would have been like, what? What is this thing? But anyway, this is some of my first code. It's bad. It's real bad. But it works. It got me... It allowed me to cheat on my math homework to get that done real fast. Reflexes. That sounds like a cool program. What does this do? To test your reflexes, press the start button. When the background turns red, press stop. Oh, this was one of those, like, see how fast you can click something. Anyway, I don't know where all this code came from, but that's enough looking at old VB6 code. For someone that wants to program something but doesn't know what to do, what would be your advice? I mean, worst case, if you want to just, like, practice working on something, I would search for, like, interview question practice stuff. Or, like, try and think of a project and build it. One thing that I always, like, or one thing that I think is good for people to get started with on programming is to build, like, a chat bot. If you, like, hang out in Discord or whatever, there's a lot of good libraries for setting up Discord bots and playing with that. So that's often a good way to learn something. One that I've been suggesting recently, because it's kind of cool, is there's this website called Advent of Code, and it's basically an advent calendar for like writing some like programming puzzles during the month of December. But you can always go back to older years and like do puzzles from previous years, and they're kind of cool. I can show you one of the puzzles, for instance. Let's see. As you walk through the door, a glowing humanoid shape yells in your direction. You there, your state appears to be idle. Come help us repair this corruption of the spreadsheet. If we take another millisecond, we'll have to display an hourglass cursor. The spreadsheet consists of rows of apparently random numbers. To make sure the recovery process is on the right track, then you need to calculate the spreadsheet's checksum. For each row, determine the difference between the largest value and the smallest value. The checksum is the sum of all these differences. Okay, so we have like a sample input. I already have a directory called X. We're gonna do X2 then. Hey, what's up, Jesus C Dev? Or Jesus C Dev. Thank you for the follow, friend. Every follow counts. Okay. So this is like our sample input. gonna write like a basic test for this. Compute input s. Oh, I missed the... And let's see, the biggest minus the smallest, so this should be 8 plus 4 plus 6. So 18. Did this right? 8 plus 4 plus 6 is 18. Then we want to make an actual main function. Exit main. We'll implement that in a second. Okay, so I'm just writing a tiny main function, which is going to take a file name as a positional argument. It's going to read the contents of that file, and then it's going to call our compute function up here, which we'll have to implement. And where did I make that directory? x/x2, okay. And if we run the tests... oh, my type annotation is wrong. Of course. If we run the test, we can see that we're currently failing, and then we would write the code to make this work. So in this case, we want to split each line. So total sum equals 0. So we'll split the line, which will give us an iterable of lines, and then we want to get all the integers out of that line. So ints equals int part for part in line.split, and then we're gonna do the max number minus the smallest number. So total sum plus equals max ints minus min ints, and then at the end we will return total sum. So some of these problems are easy, and they get harder as the days go on. But now this should pass that test. And the way these work is they give you a puzzle input. So if we grab our puzzle input here and then make input.txt and paste that in here, and then if we run our script with that input, we get an answer that's hopefully right. And if we go down here and submit it, then we get our gold star. But anyway, that's kind of how Advent of Code works, and it's basically a bunch of puzzles that you can work on in your own time and make them happen. And so this particular one was pretty easy. Like split the lines, convert them to ints, max minus min. But yeah, that's another place where you can just like practice working on code, and that's pretty good to learn some stuff. I'm really far behind that chat. Let's see. You can also check out HackerRank for some exercises. Yeah, HackerRank is pretty good. I don't think 2 gigs of RAM is enough for the VM. Yeah, well, normally like Ubuntu you can run with 2 gigs of RAM, but yeah, I would suggest a little bit more than that. Hey, what's up, Atrigan? Thank you for the follow, friend, and every follow counts. Run Windows 10 with 252 megs of RAM on a VM. Yeah, that's never gonna work. Sarcastic Dante, I smashed some buttons and yield from seems to work. Nice. I'll check it out after I get back to working on pyupgrade. I wanted to do a side project but no clue on what to work on. My main job is already writing a chatbot. Oh, I see. I don't know that. I've got 32, so it can have 8. Okay, yeah, that's probably a good number. Why the exit around the main? That's a good question. So I always end every Python script that I write with this particular code. And the reason for that is I can control the exit code by just returning a number from this function. And actually, if we go into like the full the full pattern that I usually use, it would be argv optional sequence stir equals none, and this function returns an int, and then I would pass argv into here. And the reason that I set up a structure like this is I can write a test that actually integration tests this main function. So if we did, I need to, I'm typing import optional. If I wanted to actually test this main function, I could actually set up a temp directory and write some data here. So if we did 1, 2, 3, and then 4, 5, 6. So this would be 3 minus 1 is 2, plus 6 minus 4 is 2, so we should expect 2 as the output. And then I could call this main function with a set of arguments that'll get passed into this argument parser. So then I can do assert main f.stirPath equals 0. So in this case, like, we want to assert that the main function returns 0. And then I can get the actual printed output by using capsys. Out error equals capsys dot read out error, and in this case we should assert that the output is equal to 4 and then a new line. So this allows me to basically write a test. Argv is not defined. Indeed, I forgot a v here, like a noob. But yeah, this allows me to basically integration test my main function. But at the same time, if I were to, like, if I run this code and I look at, let's see, python t.py input.text. If I look at the return code, it's going to be 0, but I can change the return code to 1, and then if I ran it, I would see a return code of 1. But if I left out the exit here, if I just called main, then I don't have control over the exit code. So that's why that's there. Hey, what's up, old head? Thank you for the follow. Every follow counts. So hopefully that helps answer stuff. This is kind of well, if I delete the code, like, this is the skeleton that I use for all of my command line applications. Is this chunk here and then this chunk here, and it works. Arg not argv, yeah. I goofed. You got me. At least I found it when I ran the test. Would you recommend to someone who only knows C++ and less Java to start learning Python now, or focus more on the 2 languages first? So here's the thing about programming languages. If you can get good at one, it's pretty easy to translate into some other language, or like learn another language quickly. Like I don't know Ruby at all. But I know enough about like Python and JavaScript and C and C++ that I can kind of apply some of the concepts to Ruby, and I could write Ruby code if I wanted to. But I'm not a Ruby developer. Honestly, like, knowing C++ and knowing Java is really useful, and knowing Python is really useful. And, like, if you want to look into it, then I would suggest like spending some time learning it. But there's like no huge reason to do it other than like if you needed it to do something. Then Wright says Neek bruv. Not sure I understand, but I'll say it so you can clip it and then make fun of me, I guess. Do you use the library click or only argparse? I've used click a little bit. I find that argparse does basically everything that I would need it to. Click is a little bit more magical and has more features, but I don't know. If I don't need it, I'm not gonna use it, I guess. And argparse is part of the Python standard library, so I don't need to install anything to use it. So it's nice that I can just use it without having to pip install. But I have used click. It's okay. I just choose not to use it. The Gel Mega says, hey, how's it going? How's your Saturday? But yeah, that's Advent of Code. There's a bunch of other like Leet Code like things that have little puzzles that you can work on to up your skills. What was I doing? Oh right, I was trying to work on this token finding thing. My Saturday is sitting in a 25C room. That's unfortunate. My room's pretty warm right now too. It's probably like 23, 24C. Have you ever built UI for the tools you write in Python? I mean like a graphical user interface for them, or do you mean like a website that advertises them? Like, I didn't write the original version of this website, but I've maintained it. This is a UI. But if you're asking like, have I done a user interface? No, not in Python. Although I guess it's not true. I like played with a user interface library on stream a while ago. I don't even know if I'd be able to find that, but it's somewhere on YouTube. But someone was working with TK, which is a tkinter or whatever, and oh, when was that? Was it this stream? I bet it was this stream. I had grand ambitions, but then spent most of the stream talking about interviewing and recruiting. Somehow I don't think it was this stream. Although there's a paste bin in here, so maybe it was. Nope. It was not this stream. But anyway, there was a stream where I played with libtk, which is okay. Not great, but it gets the job done. Qt is pretty awesome. Yeah, I've heard good things about Qt. I haven't, or Qt, I guess is that how you're supposed to pronounce it? I don't even know. I should really know better. But I've heard good things. I haven't worked with it. I don't know how you can code with so much distraction. I mean, clearly I haven't written much code because I've sat at this insertion point for the last 30 minutes not doing anything. But I don't know, I have ADHD, so it's pretty easy for me to context switch or not focus on things, I guess. Do you watch Judge Judy a lot? No. This is a trick question. I think I've seen Judge Judy once. And it was because I was sitting in like a waiting room for a doctor's office or something, and that was the only thing that was on. Pronounced cute. Okay, yeah, cool. With pytest, would you be able to test asynchronous code like with Tornado? Yes, there are plugins that allow you to do that. Pytest I don't know if there's one for Tornado. There probably is. Oh, here you go. Pytest Tornado. Pytest plugin providing fixtures and markers to simplify testing of asynchronous Tornado applications. Yeah, so apparently you can use this to test Tornado. There's pytest async.io, which I have used. Async.io. This allows you to test like awaitables and async defs. So yeah, there's plugins that do all of this stuff. Nothing in core yet, but maybe someday. But yes. So what did I want to do here? I want to be able to parse blocks. You have used async.io for what? So to be fair, oh, hold on. Hey, what's up, Beto Solaris? Thank you for the follow. Every follow counts. I've used async.io for one thing publicly, which is my Twitch chatbot. And this was my excuse to like actually learn async.io because I had not worked with async.io enough to know it. And so the basic way this works is it calls a main, which is an infinite loop that first signs in to IRC and then awaits responses, and then awaits requests, or I guess it awaits messages. So it grabs messages off the input stream, and then tries to match them with handlers, and then runs the async handler callbacks. And so there's a bunch of handlers. I run it basically here, so you can see like this is also Twitch chat right here, but you can like run some of the commands like bang oh hi will reply oh hi, Anthony writes code. There's some other fun ones, but I haven't worked on this very much in a while. But does uptime still work? We tried at the beginning of the stream. Okay, cool. It still works. 2 hours and 40 minutes and 42 seconds. But this is like my public code that's used async.io. My private code that is used async.io, we have this like deploy API thing, which kind of like watches how code gets deployed to production. And it's like, someone was like, I'm gonna experiment. I'm gonna try and write this with async.io and see how it goes. And now it's the only thing that uses async.io at Lyft, and so it's kind of a maintenance nightmare, but I don't know, gets the job done. And I wrote a little bit of async code to test that because I had to fix a little bug. But yeah, and I haven't really written all that much async. But I don't know. I wrote a bunch of async JavaScript back in the day, and like callback hell with Node.js. Have you ever worked on any blockchain projects? Indirectly, yes, but directly, no. I once debugged someone's like Flake8 setup in a blockchain project. Just for we'll publish separate docs for the source 4.6 series. New 5.0 features really marked clearly, and we're doing sounds good to me. I don't want to backport docs. That sounds no fun. Async sigh. Not looking forward to having to debug the implementation in my language. Oh man, yeah. Debugging async is hell. I spent a bunch of time trying to debug this chatbot when I wrote it. I think I wrote that. It's on stream. YouTube. Anthony writes code. I think I recorded the stream that I did that in. Twitch. Or was this too early? When did I write this? I guess I can look at the git log. Initial empty commit, March 2nd. Okay, so that should be in here. Pyupgrade, pre-commit, pyflex, pytest. Mostly explaining things. Pyupgrade, VM setup. This is too late. 4.2? Did I write this offline? I hope I didn't write this offline. 4.2. It should have been this stream. I swore I wrote this on stream. Did my video get deleted? That'd be real shit. Add run instructions. So weird. Oh, here it is. 3-2, January, February, March. I'm an idiot. So yeah, if you want to watch the stream, hello. This is the stream where I wrote the async.io bot. It was actually a pretty good one. But anyway, never mind. Yield from doesn't work. Oh no. I'm gonna try and implement async in my programming language to make it easier for people that use it. Would be nice to have something like Go has. Oh, I see, with like channels and stuff. But yeah, that was one of my favorite streams, was the async.io IRC bot thing that I wrote. Okay, so the way I wrote this code here is probably not going to be how I want to write this block detection. I say block detection, it's not blockchain, it's blocks, it's like code blocks. So I think what I really want is a find code block function. What is going on here? Remove base class, remove decorator. Find block start. That seems useful. Find block. So this is going to return, we need the start, the colon, and the end, I think. Let's see. I want to make a humidity sensor for Arduino with 2 screws that I'm filling my desk with dirt. Interesting. Hey, what's up, Sulfur? Haven't seen you in a while. You're making a simple Discord bot with Python at the moment. Cool, nice. Sulfur. Oh, what was that? You had like a like rabbit hole, not cryptography, but like a rabbit hole puzzle thing that I was trying to figure out. Hey, what's up, Knackle Eric? Sodium Eric. Thank you for the follow. Every follow counts. Do you actually work on the Knackle project, or is that just your name? Good memory. I mean, I have a decent memory, I guess. I also have lots of RAM on my computer. Look at all of my memory. Oh, bad jokes. Not a Python guy, but you get a follow for me. Awesome, thanks. Happy to happy to stream whatever, and sometimes I talk about interesting stuff even if it's not Python. Damn, do you even use that much, and for what? So here was my thinking. My old computer was 32 gigs of RAM, and there were some times where I would run out of RAM and like not be able to do what I wanted to work on. Hey, what's up, the Gel Mega? Thank you for the follow. Oh yeah, that's what you just said in chat. Every follow does count, even if you're not a Python guy. That's completely okay. My old computer only had 32 gigs of RAM, or maybe it was 16. I think it was 32. But I definitely ran out of would run out of RAM while doing stuff like video encoding, while programming in a VM, and having Chrome open, having Firefox open, and watching YouTube, and I was like, what the hell? I'll just get more RAM. And when I went to build my machine, it was like $20 more to go from 32 gigs of RAM to 64, and so I was like, hell with it, why not? Having Chrome open, that's the problem. Yeah. I use Chrome when I stream. Normally I'm a Firefox person, so Chrome is my streaming browser. Do we care about comments after the function? That is annoying. I think you can just delete them. So if you have for x and y yield x foo bar, I think you can just translate that into just yield from y. Not yield from 6, yield from y. And you can get rid of this as well, and this. I think it's completely okay to just translate this into just this. You missed my previous question. Oh no. Oh, I did miss your question. I'm so sorry. Do you test most of the things you write? Like no project left behind? Do you think it's worth to start having the test all the things mentality? Yes, I do like to test pretty much everything that I write. There have been a couple occasions where I don't have tests. Let me make up excuses for all the projects that I have that don't have tests. Let's see. All repos. Let's see. All repos. Find files. So we're gonna find all repos that have Python files. Repos output paths. Nothing to repeat. Oh. Right, this takes a regex, not a glob. Okay, so those are all of the projects that I have that have Python files. And then we can see if they have a test directory. We can just pipe all that to dev null. And if they don't have a test directory, we'll echo them out. Okay, so these are my projects that don't have tests. I think your music is a little too loud. Oh, let me turn that down then. That is louder. I thought I had tuned it right before the stream, but oops. Okay, so of these that I didn't test, Advent of Code, this has internal tests, so it's not actually untested. Ooh, Markdown to presentation. I probably maybe should have tested that. Let's see. Anthony writes code. Markdown to presentation. So this is what I use to make slides for YouTube videos when I make slides for YouTube videos, but I haven't done that in a while. This thing is pretty awful. It's basically a bunch of strings of make files and where's the CSS? Some CSS. some JavaScript, and it just like splats a bunch of string literals and works. I should have tested this. I didn't. Bad me. Thumbnails. This is the thing that generates the thumbnails for my YouTube videos. There's not really much to test here. The only Python script here is this, which downloads a modern version of the Gecko driver, and this, which opens up the browser and takes a screenshot. Like, it would either be broken or it would work, and so I didn't bother testing that. I didn't test my chatbot. Meh. This has tests, but it's not in that repo. This is, I have this get virtualenv.py script, which allows me to set up a virtualenv from nothing, but the tests for it aren't in there. CircuitPy, I never finished. Color Code is an art project that just generates some static stuff. So this is hashtag art built from... This actually takes an input binary and splits out the chunks of the bytes in the file, and then chooses a color and a width based on those bytes. There's also the mode where it doesn't have widths, and so you get kind of this nice pattern. But actually, there's some kind of cool stuff about this. So see how these are kind of like an ugly color? This is actually the strings portion of the executable, and most of the strings in this were English ASCII text. And most of English ASCII text is in kind of the range from like 0 to 127, and so you get these kind of like dull, muted colors out of it. Whereas like these are just like actual byte codes, or like actual x86 code, and so it generally has a random distribution. So you see kind of more colorful colors. But you can see like the data section here, and then this is just like padding null bytes and stuff. But anyway, that's why that doesn't have any tests, because it just like generates some art. GH perf review. This one I wrote really quickly at work, and I didn't bother testing it, and it had bugs, and so I probably should have tested it. But what this does is it's a hackety tool to view GitHub pull requests for a period. The idea behind this was during performance review time at work, I kind of wanted to collect all the work that I'd done over the previous half or quarter or year or whatever, so that I could summarize that in my personal reflection. And a bunch of people at work used this, and it was pretty awesome. But, I don't know, I didn't bother testing it. But people fixed my bugs for me, so it was all good. Like, there was this HTTP error that was not super helpful, and like, Jake fixed that for me. The cat give. So I didn't test that because it was hackety for work. Go Python module example. Oh, this was me following a tutorial, so I didn't test that. Import time waterfall. Probably should have tested that, but I didn't. So this is a project for running an executable and then collecting data on its import time using the X import time option in Python 3.7, and then you can plot it using like the Google Web Tools and stuff. Should have tested that, didn't, because I just hacked it together. ITL. Oh, this one's embarrassing. So this is a library which parses the iTunes music library XML file and then prints out some stats based on that. So in this case, I just printed out like the top artists by listening time. So I've spent literally, well, and this was like over a year ago. So a year ago, I had spent 60 days just listening to the All American Rejects, which I bet you can guess my favorite band. But anyway, like this was just like hacky parse XML, so I didn't bother testing it. What else we got? Label test. This was me trying to break GitHub. I succeeded. This was investigating PyPI stuff, so I didn't write tests for this. This was an April Fool's joke, so I didn't testify that, or testify. I didn't test that. This has tests, I don't know why it didn't show up. This is my like dot files where I just throw junk in. This I should have written tests for, and I didn't. I plan to write tests for this one though. This one I was just experimenting with stuff. This is just a bunch of like weird shit that I found. This one doesn't have tests, but probably should. This was a joke that I made on stream that actually kind of works. This generates a website, so it's not that important. This has tests, they're in a different directory. This also has tests, but they're in a different directory. But anyway, that gives you an idea. And if we grab, let's see, how many was that? Minus about 5, so let's say like 20 things that I didn't test. We change this to an and, we see that there's 50 things that I did test. So most of the time I test stuff. And for the stuff I didn't test, I have pretty good reasons. Oh, I'm way behind on chat. Okay, so I fixed the music volume, hopefully. What is the maximum pi digits to calculate on your computer before crash? Well, I mean, just estimating, if you have 64 gigs of RAM, that's what, 64 billion bytes? And you fit 1 into, or like 8 bits into a byte? And so like, you know, 2 log, or 64 billion log 2 times 10 or something like that? No, that's not right. But anyway, close enough. But like a lot, to the point where it's like silly. But I don't know, I don't think I would bother calculating pi. There's much easier ways to run out of memory. I have a great excuse not to test. Can't test a not yet existing unit test framework. I see, yeah, you can't test your language until your language works. Makes sense. Sulfur asks, is it easy to make artificial intelligence with Python? An essential reply is a bunch of if statements. I don't know, I've never worked in AI or other stuff, but there are a bunch of libraries that help you like train models and stuff and do stuff like that, so that works pretty well. But I've never done that myself, so I don't know. Then you have sections of C3 in the executable. Oh, for the art thing, I see. Yeah. There's also a bunch of other art ones that I generated on that too as well. This was a project that I worked on with my ex-girlfriends during Hackathon. So you can see like Python files end up being this dull coloring as well because they're all ASCII text. But the PyC files, if I remember right, do I have a PyC file? Yeah, I do. The PyC files are a little bit more colorful because they're, again, like bytecode, but you can see here, like, this is a strings section. And dev_random ends up being very colorful because it's just random. We looked at the bin/echo, which has these weird patterns going on. I don't know what that's about. Probably like an unrolled loop or something. But it actually looks like statically compiled because there's several of these like ASCII sections. So you can see like it almost looks like there were a bunch of libraries smashed together or something. I don't know. But anyway, yeah, #art. Does one ever use AVL trees or red-black trees data structure once out of school? I mean, not directly, and I've never written one. I have like pip installed one and used one like during an interview once. Actually, my Lyft interview, I pip installed like an AVL tree, or maybe it was a red-black tree. I forget, because it made one of the problems way easier. Dot files without tests and CI. Actually, my dot files does have CI, if I remember right. Oh no, it doesn't. Never mind. But it has a pre-commit configuration. That's basically CI, so close enough, right? Hey, Gabe Scott 10, thank you for the subscription. I don't usually get subscriptions, so I don't know what to say here, but I will tell you that every subscription counts, and thank you very much for the sub. It definitely helps out in the motivation department. Like open Slack, yeah. But yeah, anyway, so let's try and get back to writing some code here. Oh, this is my backpart PR that got merged. I didn't know there was a difference. I don't really use Twitch that much. Oh, from follow. Yeah, so a Twitch sub, I think I get like $1 a month or something from Amazon, but it doesn't really make that much difference. But thank you nonetheless. But yeah, if you've already signed up for like Twitch Prime, like it's free for you. Michael MX2 says, do you find machine learning interesting? Personally, no. I think the concept is cool, but I have not gotten into it at all. So I haven't done anything with machine learning, so I can't really put forth a valid opinion about it. I'll expect 25 cents in the mail each month from you. Yeah. But it does show up on my monetization dashboard. Where is that? Viewers, chat, where's the... Oh, it's the beginning of the month, so I have like nothing. Revenue. 1 subscription. Yeah, whatever. Streamlabs. Oh, you guys can't even see it. This is what I'm looking at. I have a dashboard that shows like revenue, and I have 1 subscriptions and 1 subscriptions per day. But anyway, I usually hang out on this recent events tab, and so like when you guys follow or sub, that's why I look over to the left screen and look at that. That's some splains for me. Make sure to report that income on your tax report. Yes. Although if it's less than like $100, you don't have to, but and usually it's less than $100, so makes no difference there. Sorry, just answering a GitHub issue real quickly. Link to Arduino or Articulo. Oh, what is this? Oh, a pH kit. Interesting. What would you need a pH kit for? And what unit is this? Is it? There's no way that this is 3,500 USD. How do I translate? Please translate for me. Oh, it didn't translate the unit. It didn't translate anything! Oh well. Argentinian dollar, okay. 3,500 to USD. Okay. I see. That's been pretty volatile. Oh wait, no, this is not zero bound. I see. Argentinian pesos. I see. Yeah, that's pretty expensive for just a single component. But yeah, let's get back to actually working on this pyupgrade stuff. Find block start. I don't remember why I did this the way I did it before, where I needed to parse forward to find the else statement instead of just looking for the colon. I feel like I could have just like parsed forward to find the colon. So I think I'm gonna try and do that instead. I'm doing an experimental garden. Oh yeah, you were telling me about your garden. Yeah, that makes sense. So you would need a pH monitor. In this case, the start would actually need to go backwards if it's... Let's see. Like if the if statement is indented, if we had an indented if statement, the block should include this indent token here. So I need to figure out where I did that before. Here we go. If it's an indented if statement. If I equals 0 or the token behind us is a new line. Oh, so where is this code? Here we go. If I is greater than 0 and tokens I minus 1 dot name does not equal new line, then I minus equals 1. So the start is I, colon equals find block start tokens I. I think that's what we want. I'm actually gonna get some more water because it's really hot in my house and I am dehydrated. So I'm gonna go get some water. I'll be right back. It's gonna take all of like a minute to go grab more water. So I'll see you guys in a bit. Alright, I'm back. Sorry, I went to get a drink, Toddy. That's why I peaced out for a sec. I was thirsty, so now I have water. I'm all good. Okay, so we need to find the start and then find the colon. Let's actually replace out the old code that I had there. Let's actually use this example here, and that'll allow me to debug this. Pyupgrade py3 plus t dot py. But I don't have a syntax error. Where do I use find block start? I see up there. Okay, so I'll do that. The Gel Mega says, gonna go, see ya. Thanks for stopping by. Hope to see you again in the future. A humidity sensor with 2 nails works. Now I need to convert to percentage. Sounds like you're doing some fun hardware stuff. I wish I had time to work on hardware projects. I say as I stream programming to the internet. Okay, so we found start is 0, which is this if, and then the colon is at 5. Good. And so now we need to parse the block. Surprisingly, it's still 27.5 Celsius at 1 in the morning. Holy crap, that's really hot. Reckless Jumper says, I wish I had a workshop for hardware projects. Yeah, I think in order for me to get into a hardware project, I think I would have to do it with someone else. Mostly to like keep motivated and to bounce ideas off of. And if there was soldering, I would need someone else to do that because I'm real garbage at soldering. But that's my current excuse. I mean, the last hardware project I worked on it with another person. I made a commit and removed comment handling. Cool. Sounds good, Sarcastic Dante. Hopefully, maybe you'll be able to reuse, or maybe I'll reuse the code that I'm writing now to make your stuff work. Well, I'm gone now. Alright, bye. What was your last hardware project about? Yeah, sure, let me show you that. This was also my last hacking project, too. Let me grab some photos from Facebook, because that's the easiest way for me to find them. Albums. Oh, they moved everything around again. Damn it. Why you gotta do this, Facebook? Oh, that is not what I wanted. I miscopied the URL. Hey, what's up, Stram PT? Thank you for the follow. Every follow counts. That's not the best photo of it. Let me grab the other photo. Oops, that's not how that works. So I bet I still have the device. See in this drawer? Maybe it's another drawer. Pretty sure I still have this device somewhere. Oh no, maybe I didn't. Maybe I left it. I left it in Michigan. But this is a device called an eye clicker. I wonder if I could just Google it. Images. This is not what ours looked like. Ours looked like this one on the left here. So that's this thing right here is what you're seeing here. And how iClickers got used is they were a student response system, so you would use it to like badge in for attendance or like answer quizzes in class. And I cracked one open and noticed that they left the programming pins exposed, and that I could identify like what processor it was and a bunch of other stuff. And so what I did was I took an AVR programmer, which is what we see here, and soldered wires to the board and to the connector, and basically you can actually see the dumped EEPROM in the background here. But I basically like dumped the code off of it and reverse engineered the assembly and then changed how the code works. And we added a procedure where if you pressed on and C at the same time, or maybe it was on and A, I forget. There's some 2-button chord. It would vote 255 times for C, using a set of IDs that no one else would use. And basically just use that to troll professors. The other thing that we did with this, the teachers had eye clickers, and let's see, is there a teacher clicker? Maybe these are the teacher clickers? I don't know. Oh, here we go. Yeah. These are the teacher clickers, which are blue. The only difference between the student clicker and the teacher clicker was the blue plastic. They were literally the same hardware. So through social engineering, we were able to basically get the identifier off of the back of the device, and then flash that identifier to my iClicker, and then I could like control their slides and stuff, and that was pretty fun. But that was my last hardware/hacking project. And I'm garbage at soldering. These are not good solders, but these are as good as I could do. My other friend was way better at soldering than I was, but and then we had to like tape the batteries in because otherwise they would pop out. But It was a fun project. Yeah, that was my last hardware project. Solve this leak code problem. Oh, I hate leak code. You're given two arrays without duplicates, nums1 and nums2, where nums1 are a subset of nums2. Find all the next greater number. What? Here's an example. 4, 1, 2, 1, 3, 4. Next greater number of a number x in nums1 is the first greater number to its right in nums2. Okay, so you find 4 in here and then you search to the right of it. And then you find 1 in here and then search to the right of it. Okay. Alright, I think I can do this one. Not that bad. So we probably want to keep a cache of indexes. This is too small for you guys, isn't it? We want to keep a cache of the indexes that we find, or we can just compute them up front. Let's see, for I guess we can just do this. nums2 dot index and for n in nums1 and map to that. So that'll get us our indexes, and then for you just return at this point. Return next. For I in nums2 slice indexes n plus 1 colon for n in nums1. Alright, there you go. I think that works. It's super jank. Oh wait, no, that's not true. Let's tab this out so it's easier to see. This needs to be done. For n in nums1, I for I in this if I is greater than n. Do your silly leak code problem. Why would they write it like this? Come on, guys, Pepe, get with the program. So what was their example? And if I were writing this for actual production code, I would not use this like really hard to understand code. I'd probably write a less crappy one. Syntax error on line 6. Oh. Indeed. List is not defined. Next greater missing positional argument. Oh yeah, we don't have self. -1, 3, -1. Cool, sick, I did it. Anyway, there you go. I did your leak code. Or at least I did the sample input. It's supposed to be a comma, and what was the other typo? What was the other typo? Maybe that was the only one? Oh yeah, that comma and then list. And then self. Anyway, there you go. So the way this works is I pre-compute all of the indices for the number in the, it's not probably, you can probably do this faster. But I compute all the indices for each number in nums1. And then I loop over every number in nums1 and find the next number that's either larger than n, or if I don't find one that's larger than n, I get -1. That's how that works. Anyway, I don't want to do leak code. It's not fun. I was pretty happy to finally get done with the clicker classes. Yeah, same here. Man, clicker classes sucked. Alright, what is this YouTube link? Oh, I've seen this. It's Sweet Dreams, but done with, like, hardware. That's pretty cool. Sorry for the copyright. Oh, yeah. GitHub does not handle force pushes well. It does now. So go ahead and force push your branch. Don't worry about it. I force push to GitHub all the time. What is the bird icon you have on Ubuntu? Oh, this guy? This is Pigeon. Pigeon is an IRC client. I use it to talk to people on the internet. As you can see, I'm logged in twice right now. This is probably my work computer, but Pigeon's pretty cool. It works well. The one thing that sucks about it is quitting it doesn't seem to work. Like, I think I'm still probably logged in. Pigeon. Yeah. I don't actually know how to properly kill it, but this works. Okay, so we need to implement this find block. Basically, there's two ways that a block can happen. We can either find code before a new line, or we find a new line. And I think I implemented some of the logic for that already. I know I implemented the logic for that already, I just don't remember how it worked. Okay, so we found our colon. If the token's name is new line, oh buddy. Okay, so then I need this to find the next part. Fit on one line? Maybe? Nope. Oh, I can convert this into the while true, if this is true, we break. So if I say while, oh, this is indented wrong. These are right though. And the lawn people are here, so you can maybe see them. Mo the Big Boy says, hey, what are you working on? So I'm working on, not that. No. Okay, cool, we saw that. So I'm working on a tool called pyupgrade. The idea behind pyupgrade is it takes Python source and makes it better automatically by rewriting it. Doing? The lawn people are banging on my wall. So one of the features that I'm working on today is in Python 3 plus mode, it tries to delete Python 2 only code. So sometimes you would write code like, if Python 2 do something, otherwise do something else. And the idea is to only make it do that something else. And so right now I'm working with a token stream and trying to parse out the different blocks so that I can rewrite them properly. So one way I can check whether this code is working properly is to just change it down here and see if my existing tests work. So while not this, then j plus equals 1. Oh shoot. I don't want to think too hard about the Boolean logic here. I think that's right. And if I comment out these two, my tests minus the 2 that I wrote should pass. Okay, cool. That is equivalent logic. And then I could distribute this. So instead of not, this could be not equals and this could be in. While the token is not a new line and the token is in non-coding token. This is what I want above. Okay. Does this fit on one line? It does. Okay. Cool. So let's run this one now. I wish I could just like make a macro for pp tuple enumerate tokens, because I'm pretty sure I run this command like 10 or 20 times while debugging this stuff. So start should be 0, colon should be 5 if I remember right, colon. And j should be 6. Cool. I just counted them. Yeah, this is a pretty good macro. First time I've seen someone use nano. Hey, what's up, Emaxer? I'm guessing you use Emacs. Yeah, I use nano. I get it done. It works. It's probably not the best, but okay, so I'm now at the colon. So if I see a new line, that means that it is a multi-line block. If tokens j.name is equal to new line, multi-line block. Otherwise, single line block. Search forward until the new line token. Although we saw earlier that in Python 2, oh, we need to vim this thing. What? No end of line, and then right. Why does it still have a new line at the end? What are you doing? Oh, is it vim-b? t2.py. Okay, no new line now. T2.py. So we don't see a new line here, so we need to also look for end marker here. Well, tokens.name not in new line or end marker. Return start : j. Okay, so that's good. So then for this case, we need to do our indentation walk, which is this bit here, I think. Walk start equals j plus 1. We need to find our first indent token. So while tokens j.name does not equal indent, so we're gonna walk forward to find the indent. Then we're gonna run the tokens until the indent is gone. Hey, what's up, Emaxer? Thank you for the follow. Sorry I don't use Emacs, but you'll have to deal with GNU/nano. That's a joke also, by the way. So don't worry about the chatbot. Level equals 1. Also could be dedent. Wait, you could see a dedent before seeing an indent? How's that possible? How could you see how could you see, so we're at the colon, and then the new line at the end of the colon. So if you have like this, you're at this colon, you're always going to see an indent first, I think. Oh, no. New line, end marker, and dedent. Oh, this is the case where it's just a single line block. So you can't have a dedent here. This will handle the dedent here. I think. I hope. You've been looking at this more than I have, so you probably know better than I do. Maybe? So what this should do is it should traverse until we find the dedent. But then I think it puts us one past it. What are you working on? I am working on pyupgrade. God, that looks horrible. It's manual parsing. It's pretty awful. You're not wrong. I'm working on pyupgrade, which is a tool to upgrade source, and I'm fixing Python 2 and Python 3 blocks to just remove the Python 2 blocks. That's the TLDR. So this includes the dedent token. This does not include. It should include the new line token. But I kind of don't want it to include the end marker. I don't know. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna have an off by 1 error eventually there, but we'll see. Okay. Okay, so we find the if block, then we need to also find the else block. Which in theory should be 2 tokens ahead. Of the end. But I don't want to just like guess that. Oh, shoot. Can't edit into Windows at the same time. I remember to do that. What's the project? I'll send you a link. I'll let you read the README, because I've just explained it like 3 times. Where did that go? But check it out. It's a source rewriter. And the issue that I'm working on today is finishing up this pull request. This seems kind of jank. Random question, what's your favorite HTTP client library for Python? Ugh. I feel like you know that you're baiting me with that question. Because, oh, you should just use requests. Well, fuck requests. Like, to hell with that library. If I can get away with it, I just use standard lib urllib.request. Pydoc, that's what I wanted. When I get away with it, I just use the standard library stuff, because I try and avoid requests. But, what do you got against requests? It's a very, well, from a technical standpoint, it's a very heavy library. It like adds a bunch of overhead to basically any HTTP thing that you do. I'm okay with urllib 3. Like, I think their stuff is reasonable. I also think that the author of requests is kind of an asshole. That's just me. Others will agree with me, but I don't know. But yeah, I actually know the original author of urllib 3, and he's a really cool guy. So I thumbs up for urllib 3. But don't really want to deal with Kenneth. Oh, this should have been J. Oh, and I changed the names here. And actually, because I want to see if this is right. Assert if end plus 2. What actually goes into HTTP libraries? A bunch of code for constructing, sending, receiving packets. So kind of at the like very lowest level of an HTTP library. Let's see if we can actually see the socket code in here. Where is the socket code? Here's where it gets closed. But at least in Python, they use the socket library, which provides kind of low-level pydoc socket, which provides like low-level access to a TCP socket, and you basically write to it like a file and read from it like a file, and it kind of works. Behind the scenes, it uses like the select call, which basically waits for something to be readable or writable. I've written a really crappy HTTP library in C++ at one point, but it's closed source because it was for school. What class was that in? 482? Oh. Project 3, was it? Yeah. Responder. Oh, this is the server. Maybe. Yeah, that was the server. What was the client called? What was the client called? Hey, what's up, Nelpers? Thank you for the follow. Every follow counts. Also, here's my like precursor to pre-commit. It used to be this shell script way back in the day, but now it's this glorious Python project. But here's the humble beginnings of pre-commit. In fact, it still looks the same. 482, is that a graduate course? No, it was undergrad. Actually, I wonder if that pre-commit still works. I think it still looks the same too, which is the weird thing. Eeks 482-2. Oh no, I went -3. Yeah, it still kind of looks the same a little bit. Oh, we were cross-compiling here. What a fucking mess. But hey, look, this looks familiar, doesn't it? It's almost exactly the same output as the current pre-commit has. Did it even try to auto-fix something for me? Oh, it fixed the white space. But yeah, this is back in like 2012, maybe? Oh, but I was actually showing interesting things and not pre-commit. fsclient.h. User store? No. This is the password manager. Server responder connections, maybe? Oh yeah, here's the select code. And anytime it got a connection, it would spawn a worker, which was a static global variable. The fuck? What is that? Oh, yeah, I remember now. So this is like the basics of setting up a TCP connection. And don't mind my asserts that definitely have side effects. We definitely did not compile this with ndebug. Wait, did I really put Ermagerd in this? It wouldn't surprise me. Oh, yeah. Totally politically correct. Yikes. But anyway, this is how you'd write low-level socket code. And every HTTP library kind of builds on top of that, and eventually you get a decent HTTP lib, which this is not one. But anyway, yeah, HTTP libraries. Have you used Django or only Flask? I've used my first HTTP library I used was Django. I have also used Pyramid. I used Pylons before Pyramid. I used a homegrown framework at Yelp, which was amazingly terrible. And recently I've used Flask. So I've used a bunch of different ones. What do other HTTP libraries do on top of these low-level libraries? So like, for example, in the way requests work is it wraps urlib3 and then adds like cookie handling and like a bunch of other stuff on top of it, which kind of like simulates a browser. Although in a lot of cases, like, I don't know why you would try and simulate a browser in a in-process HTTP library. I mean, sometimes you want to do that, but in general, I think not. I just spilled water on my phone like an idiot. It'll be fine. It's just on the screen. But yeah, let me see if this assert passes. Okay. Py2b is what I wanted. They all fail. Did they fail on my assertion? They did fail on my assertion. Was the... Huh. Interesting. Did they all fail though? That's the question. Let's do some PDB and see where we're at. Yeah, sometimes APIs give me back a cookie and it gets mad at you if you don't have it. Yeah, it's kind of annoying. Hey, what's up, Freelo Green? Thank you for the follow. Every follow counts. Thank you for answering the questions. Have a follow. Yeah, no problem, man. I've used requests, but Selenium is easier since that gets handled automatically. Yeah, I actually really like Selenium. Interestingly enough, my YouTube thumbnails, which are just like for my re-upload streams, these are actually HTML pages that I generate using Selenium thumbnails. So I basically make an HTML file that I guess I can kind of show you. So I usually upload my streams as replay.htm, and so this is the thumbnail for the last replay that I made. And then I have this make screenshot file, which basically sets up WebDriver. It has an option for what size you want to make the output thumbnail, and it'll open a window with that specific size, and then take a screenshot of it. So like if I run make screenshot replay.htm, it'll spin up a browser, take a screenshot, and then close the browser. And does it real fast. But anyway, that's how my thumbnails work. I really liked... Oh no! No! I misclicked, and when I clicked maximize in my... Oh, maybe it didn't break it this time. Oh, that's weird. Usually when I maximize a window, it causes a memory leak in my window manager, and then I'm like stuck in like slow typing mode for forever, but it didn't do that this time, so everything is okay. So if start is 0, if colon is 5, if end is 14, oh, right, because the if end is 1 past the dedent token. That makes sense. But it could be 2 past. It could either be 1 or 2 past. If it's indented or not. And if it's single line or not. Okay, so I'll just stick with my loop. It's not the best, but it'll work. And I can't do if end plus 1, I just have to do if end. Oh, okay. Oh, I forgot to read my assertion. Okay, so we have if start, well, couple enumerate tokens, here we go again, take a shot. If start, if colon, if end, and 0, 5, and 14. And then we have else start, else colon, else end. Is 13. What? That's not right. Yeah, that's not right. Why you do this? Okay, so that's wrong. I'll fix that. Else colon is 15. and else end is 24. So that's at least correct. But I need to fix this start. So why is that start incorrect? It's this if statement here. If I is greater than 0 and tokens.name does not equal, I guess this should be indent. That'll get our indentation. I wonder, can you have something like this? If true, pass. Okay, good. You cannot. Crazy town. Glad that doesn't happen. Any tips on how to port a big code base from Python 2 to 3 that has literally no tests? Time to search for a new job. Yeah, time to search for a new job, bud. Well, actually, I mean, I do have some advice. Like, one, like, write some tests. Like, get something working. But the way I've been porting Python 3 code at work is kind of a 3-stage port. So the first is to use pyupgrade, which is the tool that I'm working on right now. You can run it in Python 2 mode. It'll fix a couple of small things. For instance, it'll fix this, which is an invalid escape sequence in Python 3. It'll fix these UR literals, which are not valid syntax in Python 3. It'll fix long literals and octal literals. So that'll get you like your very, very baseline rewrite. The next thing that I would do is use Python Modernize, which is a tool, I'll link it in the chat, which is a tool that does some amount of safe transformations to Python 3 compatible code, but also maintaining Python 2 compatibility at the same time. The next thing that I would do is use Pylint in the py3k mode. So this tool, but using Pylint --py3k to port code automatically. And you can use all these tools with pre-commit if you want. So let me show you an example of one at work that we're doing. Lift dispatch availability. Man, I fucking hate typing that because it's so tough. But here is dispatch availability, and so we set up, where's Modernize? So we set up Modernize here to automatically format Python 2, Python 3 compatibility, and then we ran Pylint with the py3k flag, and that was enough to make this mostly Python 3 compatible. And then from there, we're also running pyupgrade as well down here. And then from there, it was mostly just like get the test passing and deploy it. And this is actually sitting on staging right now, and I'll hopefully deploy it to prod tomorrow, or not tomorrow, Monday. And cross my fingers and hope that the error logs are good. But a lot of those tools are helpful for getting started with moving forward in Python 3. Okay, so here's what I actually want to do here. Like if I is greater than 0 and the token is indent, then we'll subtract by 1. So let's try this again. Tuple enumerate. 2 to 3 does similar things to pyupgrade. So 2 to 3 is more like Modernize, but it doesn't worry about Python 2 compatibility. Is it worth it to start writing tests now since there are basically none and they would need to be written in Python 2? Yes, I would write tests even if you would write them in Python 2. Basically, like, a lot of your tests won't be Python 2, or like Python 2 and Python 3 are pretty similar in most regards. There's like only some things that are different, and any amount of tests that you write today will greatly increase your confidence as you upgrade. If start, if colon, if end 0. 5 and 14, which is 1 past this, is what we expect. Maybe we should return -1. I don't know. But it works well with range, so maybe we'll keep it like that. And else start, else colon, else end. 14, so that's the else, cool. 15 is the colon, nice. And 24, which is 1 past this end marker. Awesome. And if I change this to a single line if statement, else start, else colon, else end, tuple, enumerate, tokens. So again, 14 and 15, good, and 21 should be 1 past the end, but it's not 1 past the end, so we need to fix that. Tokens. Repeat the new line. We also want to include the new line in block. Hey, what's up, Lycan1534? Thank you for the follow. Every follow counts. Okay, but I think that parses our blocks now, so let's try and fix the code that was using these blocks before. We don't want to do that there. Okay, so what do we have to do here? We need to delete the top block and keep the bottom block. So we really want the block start and not this colon, I guess. Dope, you're still alive. Yeah, I'm still here, Sulfur. Oh, it's been 4 hours though, so I don't know how much longer I'm gonna go on this. I kind of want to get the original test passing, and then maybe we'll look at the new tests. I had all this code that worked, but I didn't like it, so that's why I'm rewriting it. Oh, so I need to do this dedenting code. Okay, so what stuff did I record here? I recorded the block start. Okay, so I still need to keep this around somehow. Okay, so let's do that. Let's change this. I don't think the colon's all that useful, maybe? Yeah, I don't think the colon's useful. So we'll get block start instead. In your old codebase with little to no tests, and you can find some Python 2.6 somewhere, but the company is awesome and I can work remotely. That's the price, I guess. Holy shit, dude. Yeah, that's some trade-off. Man, Python 2.6. We still have some at Lyft too, which is a salty story of mine, but maybe for another day. Okay, so how did I find the block start before? Okay, so we have the same loop here. Well, it's not a new line. If it's a new line, then the block start is equal to j plus 1. Okay. Block start equals j plus 1. Cool. And in the other case, the block start is A, I guess? Log start. Okay, let's try that now. So the if starts at 0, cool. 7 is where it says that the block starts at. That is also correct. And if end is 14, which is, this is the block now. Was it 7 to 14? Okay, that's good. Else block start, else end. So the else block start, or the else starts at 14, cool. The block starts at 17, which makes sense because we're ignoring the little white space and it's a single line else block. And the else block ends at 22, which doesn't include this new line. Right, because we added one, so okay, cool, that's perfect. That's exactly what I wanted. But now I need to figure out what to do with that. We need to find the original indent. Oh, I guess we kind of also need to know what type of block it is. Tati says goodbye. Well, thank you for stopping by, friend. Hope to see you around. I know I'll see you on Discord, so at least we'll chat there. I hate this pile of code. Dedent the block we're keeping. Okay, so we need to know whether it's a single line block or not, so we need to return that as well. Oh, unfortunately, maybe I'll make a name tuple for this. Yeah, name tuples are great. I love name tuples. Start, block start, and is it a block or I guess, is it a line? Oh, but now this is too long to fit on one line. And you know what? We'll just make this a class because I think I'm gonna use parts of it, which actually makes this fit better. So now I can write some helpful functions like find the initial indent of this block. I can do minimum indent, which I don't know how I did that before. This here. For range in block start to J. J is self.end. Yeah. We don't need to call this K because we don't have to clobber any other variables. Cool. So this will make this slightly more readable, I think. Hopefully. I finished some of that Python stuff. That's exciting. Which Python stuff is that you're talking about? Outdated version? Okay, so we figured out this code here. Okay. Let's actually return the right type here. Return block line equals false. Return. Line equals true. The stuff I was bitching about, added a source to all repos. Oh, nice! Which source type did you add? Oh, Bitbucket, nice. Most of it was spent trying to figure out Python or the development environment for it. Oh. Yikes. Create an app password. Okay, cool. Nice. Looks like the same output as the GitHub one. Where's the how does this work? Oh, next. I see. So it uses the same, oh, this API is way nicer than the GitHub one. The GitHub API is kind of jank. Cool, this looks good. You can use value.encode here instead of bytes. That's normally how you convert between strings and bytes in Python. Is E261. I don't think you should eliminate E. Awesome. A highway in Poland. That's exactly what I wanted. At least 2 spaces before an inline comment. Uh-oh. Yeah, you shouldn't need 261. You have 2 spaces here. You're good. So you can get rid of 261 here. That's fine. Use an F string here. Don't have to. That's fine. Nice sample data. Cool. Some tests. Looks great. Awesome. Thanks for putting that together. I'll clean it up and merge it later. But that looks good. I still need to look at this one. I'll look at that later. Cool, but awesome. Thanks for putting that together. That's actually super helpful. I don't use Bitbucket all that often, but I'm sure when I inevitably will end up using Bitbucket, then I'll find that pretty useful. I wish I could work in 2 windows at the same time and have the code just like magically update. I guess I could use an actual editor and then it would do that, but then what would I complain about? Okay. Alright, if else block.line. The line case is really easy. We just delete from tokens I to else block dot block start. If else block is not a line, then we need to do this dedent shenanigans. Find out how much the block we're keeping is indented. Okay. So I think we can just do else block.dedent tokens, and then del tokens I to else block start. Wait, is that really the same? So I can simplify this by saying if not else block.line else block.dedent and then delete. It's a little easier to read if it actually works. I need this code though. Comment that out for now. These aren't needed publicly at all. Okay, I removed the rule ignore. It was failing earlier, but I see what I did wrong. What were you saying about using some... Oh, so if you have this, that's the same as... I guess I should show the stream. These are the same, these two things here. But you should prefer this one over this one. Because this is generally the slightly better way to do it. What are you... Oh hey! I just got something merged into CPython! Woo! That's pretty dope. Yay! It was docs changed, not a huge deal, but the version added docs are now at least accurate. Self dot minimum indent tokens minus self dot initial amount tokens. For I in range self dot block start self dot end, if tokens I I wonder if now that I dedented this, I can inline this. I can. Dope. Okay, and this is the moment of truth where I run pyupgrade and everything breaks. Backup. Because that was syntax error. Let me fix that first. Of course, it wouldn't all work the first time through. Oh, I still have a breakpoint too. Wait, that's wrong. Or did I write my test backwards? Oh, I just wrote my test backwards. Sweet! I think that works. There should be 2 failing tests because I haven't done the opposite direction yet. Oh, I have a breakpoint still. I don't know why that passed when I ran it locally. Like, I definitely need this. Oh, I guess it didn't have to dedent anything, so maybe that was why. Cool, so we still just have our 2 failing. But now this code is a lot more readable, I think, at least. Like, find the if block, find the else block, and if it's not a single line, dedent it, and delete the tokens. So then I think I need to write the same for the other direction, which will solve token.offset in visitor.if py3 blocks. What am I doing? So this one is a little bit different. I need to keep the else block. Going to sleep, see ya. Yeah, thanks for stopping by, Sarcastic Dante. See you around. In this case, I need to delete 2 chunks instead of 1 chunk. I need to dedent the if block. So if not if block dot line, if block dot dedent tokens, and then I need to delete need to delete from tokens if block dot end to else block dot end. this contains too many new lines, so we're gonna break one of our tests with this. So that's what this to-do comment is about. And then we need to delete from tokens if block dot start to if block dot block start. I think that'll work. Looks like it works. Okay, so yeah, as I suspected, there's this 2 extra new lines that I need to fix. So basically do else block equals else block dot trim end. Dent tokens are emitted fart after block ends. Trim extra new lines. So now I need to see what these look like. So we don't get our dent tokens until way down here. So I think we just need to walk backwards until, or while there's dent or unimportant new line. Or what else? What else? Because in theory, like if I deleted this block, I only want to delete these lines here. But what if there was a comment here? Then I should delete these lines? What does this look like when I tokenize it? We get a comment and then a new line. That's tricky, because I would want to delete this here, and I can't just walk backwards while it's a new line, because the comment doesn't include the NL. So I guess I need to say, like, while the token before it is a new line, then walk backwards, an NL or a dent. I guess let me write some tests. Well, we already have one test, so let's make that one test pass, and then we'll fix that. Hey, what's up, Metal Storm? Thank you for the follow. Every follow counts. You've been to at least one stream, so I'm surprised you haven't followed until now, but thank you for the follow, friend. Oh, my email is blowing up. Apparently, a lot of other people are doing open source software on a Saturday. Okay, so let's get the one test case that I have passing, and then I'll write a test case for this case that I know I won't be able to handle in the first pass. I don't want to try and write all the code at once. We'll just do one at a time. Okay, so end equals self.end, I guess, by. So while and so it should already be one past the end. So while token I-1 dot name is in ddent or nl. I think this is what we would want. Okay. That handles that case so far. Hey, what's up, A Furious? Thank you for the follow, friend. Every follow counts. If you're just reaching the stream, I'm working on doing some code rewriting of Python 2, Python 3 blocks. So, where's the issue? So basically, in this code here, it's a tool that burns bridges with Python 2 in some capacity. It also does some other things. But in this code here, it will basically delete this code here and then de-indent this so that you only get the Python 3 specific code. And right now I'm working on the opposite case where you say if not Py2 and write Python 3 code here and then delete this block and this here, which is turns out is slightly more complicated. But that's what I'm working on right now. And I'm writing some tests for that. And the tricky case here is handling when this block ends with this oh hi comment. Sounds interesting, yeah. So the tool that I'm working on is a tool called pyupgrade, which does a bunch of other rewrites similar to that. So if you want to check it out, I dropped a link in chat, but it does a bunch of different syntax upgrades. And the one that people really like is the f-strings rewrite, where if you're in the blessed land where you only have to support Python 3.6, you can have it automatically rewrite some f-string for you, which is pretty dope. But anyway, that's what I'm working on. I'm very close to getting this right. 6.py2 block after else block ends in comment. Kind of giving these tests some decent names, so when I run them, I can see what's up. Oh, I didn't want to close that. It sounds really useful. Yeah, it's we've used it a lot at work, which is pretty cool. What happened here? We ended up with 2 new lines. We ended up with 3 new lines, but we should have ended up with 2. Wait, that was not what I expected. I expected it to have this new line and this new line. Where is it getting a third new line from? Oh, this one? What? What is going on here? I guess I can debug it. Are there major differences between Pylint and Flake8? Which one is better to use? Ah, you're talking to one of the right people, because I actually am the one of the maintainers of Flake8. So I'll describe both of the tools and how they kind of work. So Flake8 is... So they're both code linters for Python. Flake8 itself is a framework around a bunch of other linters. So by default, it contains 3 tools. The first one is PyFlakes. And what PyFlakes is a very low false positive tool. So if pyflakes reports something, it's usually an actual problem that you absolutely need to fix. It uses static analysis, so it doesn't import your code, it doesn't run anything, it doesn't try and trace imports or anything. It just uses the source code that's in your file. And then the second tool is a tool called pycodestyle, which used to be called pep8, but then Guido is like, that's a fucking stupid name, you should change it. And then they changed it, and then everyone's builds broke, and everyone was sad, and there was a whole mess. And now I still see things that install both of the tools, and it's a mess. But what pycodestyle does is it lints for the white space in your files. Again, it doesn't do any dynamic analysis. It is purely static. It just reads the source and produces lint errors based on the source. And then the last tool is called McCabe, which is a complexity checker, which is off by default in Flake8. But you can turn it on if you want. But Flake8 is also, well, Flake8 itself is a plugin framework, so there's a bunch of plugins that can plug into it. And like if you go to pypi.org and search for Flake8, you end up, oh, that's Fake8. If you search for Flake8, you apparently get Flake 99 before you get Flake8, which is a GG PyPI for your great search. But anyway, there's a bunch of Flake8 plugins that basically add new linting styles to Flake8. What pylint is it's also a linter. GitHub, PyCQA, pylint. And what pylint does is a little bit different. Well, some of the rules in pylint are similar to Flake8's in that they're powered by static analysis, where they're just based on the source code. But pylint also tries to go a little bit further and we'll try and trace imports and like find types of things that you import. And so pylint does what I refer to as dynamic analysis, and that it needs to have your dependencies and your full code source tree sitting on disk for it to do a proper analysis. Otherwise, it produces a lot of annoying false positives. Personally, so there's basically no reason not to use Flake8 everywhere. I would suggest using Flake8 everywhere. I personally don't use pylint because I find that its defaults are a little bit annoying. But if you tune pylint properly, it can definitely help you find problems in your code. Like I've definitely used pylint and successfully. Well, what did I mouse over? Oh, that's kind of cool. What is? Oh, it has a direct contributor count and a contributors through dependencies. That's neat. Hey, look, there's me. Right here. And Bruno works on pytest. I think most of these are pytest up here, but anyway, pylint is a good tool. I just find that it's out of the box. It's too overwhelming to be useful. But hopefully that answers your question. Alright, so we want to run just this test. Hi2b and comments. Hopefully that matches our... Alright, cool. Couple enumerate tokens. Here we go again, guys. Oh, lots and lots more tokens here. So... we start at 16, and we end at 9, or we start the block at 19, and then our end is all the way at 30. And so we should, in theory, cut off these two tokens. So while the token before is a new line, it decreases. So we're starting looking at 30. So it's a dedent, so we should decrease to 29. And then it's an NL, so we decrease to 28. And then it's an NL again, so we decrease to 27. So that's the problem. Oh wait, no, that should be fine. Oh wait, no, it's not fine. Far from fine. I guess we could just add a cheaty case here that checks if it's a comment before and adds one. It's gross, but it probably works. If tokens I-1 dot name is equal to comment, then I plus equals 1. Alright. It's not great, but it fixes it. Oh, but what if we had... What if we had... Okay, so this is the case that we just did. What if we had this indented? Then what do we end up with? You run in Py3 plus mode so it actually does something. It did nothing. Great. Hey, what's up, A Furious? Oh, did I not say you? I'm so sorry. Thank you for the follow. If I didn't, then I'll say it again. And hey, Spitfire2416. Thank you for the follow, friend. Every follow counts. Okay, cool. Thanks. Glad I answered your question, Bobby. Bobby Table 6. What happened to your previous Bobby Tables? S-Rule says, hey, first time viewer trying to get better at Python. Hey, welcome, S-Rule. Thanks for stopping by. If you want to know what I'm working on right now, I'm working on a tool called pyupgrade, and what pyupgrade does is it kind of upgrades syntax for Python. And the particular rule that I'm rewriting, or that I'm working on rewriting right now, is deleting if Python 2 blocks, so that you just get your Python 3 code. So if, for instance, you've completely migrated your code base to Python 3 only, you can go through and delete the Python 2 specific code. And so that's what I'm working on. Why are you still not hitting this? This invalid syntax, maybe? No, looks fine. Oh, I know what's going on. So in the AST, this looks exactly like an else if statement. Yeah, because your outer if has an or else, which is an if. So that looks like an elif statement, unfortunately. So you can't actually tell the difference between an elif and an else with an if. That's kind of weird. Hey, what's up, S-Rule? Thank you for the follow. Every follow counts. It's kind of annoying that I can't know that this is not an elif. I could probably write some special code that knows about that, but that sounds like work, so we're not gonna do that. What was I even doing? Oh, I wanted to see if this worked. So it deleted this chunk here. Yeah, that looks right. Cool. Let's make sure I didn't break my other tests. So that looks good. And I think that's all I want to, well, I'll probably make a couple more cases work today. So we did if not Py2. We can also do if Py3. Yeah, let's do that. If 6.py3 Oh, did I do a case where the else block is a single line? I don't think I did that. You do one of those. Oh, we have a failing test. What is my failing test? Oh, this is the one that's the one that I expect to fail. Okay, cool. Panic averted. Not actually a problem. No.test pi3 I guess I can also put that up here, and I can probably make an if not pi3 up here as well, and so that these are paralleled at least. That test passes. Handling all the basic cases here, I guess. Even though I find it really unlikely that someone would write code like this, if not 6.pi3. To make this one interesting, let's import 6. And unfortunately my code doesn't know how to delete the 6 import, but let's see, does that work? Not, because we didn't write the code for it yet. Copy this. Oh, what did I do? Oh, hopefully I didn't break something. Guess my test will show me. What did I break here? I failed, so I clearly screwed something up. Damn it, what did I break? No. Alright, let me just undo what I just did, and oh, there's a comma here. It's gonna be that damn comma. Please be that comma. Alright, one failed. Oh, that's because my import is wrong. It's very picky about that. We need to have the matching import in the output as well. Okay, I think that works. That'll be enough for today. I still have to finish the sys.version info checks as well, but I'll handle those some other day. But that's all I've got. Let me do my normal wind down here. So if you missed any part of the stream and you want to catch that or previous streams, I put them up on YouTube usually an hour or so after the stream, at least by the next day. And so those are up at youtube.com/AnthonyWritesCode. So if you want to catch any of the previous streams, they're all there. My stream schedule is in the description below, but I usually stream on Saturdays at 1 p.m. Pacific time, which is the stream you're a part of right now if you're watching this, watching it live. And I sometimes stream during the week at 6 p.m. But those are kind of ad hoc and whenever I feel like it. I announce my streams on my Discord, which if you want to join the Discord, it is also below the Twitch video. Feel free to join. You can ask me programming questions. We talk about memes and code and all sorts of fun stuff, and it's kind of a cool community. So if you want to join, please do. I'm lonely, join me. I also announce my streams on Twitter before those happen. My Twitter is twitter.com/codewithanthony because I suck at brand loyalty. But if you wanna follow me there, I usually most of my Twitter is just like Python and stream stuff, so it's not all that interesting beyond what you would get from like Discord or whatever. But anyway, that wraps that up. Thank you all for stopping by. It's been a fun stream. I got stuff done that I wanted to get done. But yeah, that's all, and have a good one.